guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Okay, there we go. It's that time again. We can say good morning on the East Coast as we crossed over the midnight hour, as we make our way into the 20th day of October. There you go. Midweek coming on. Yeah, hey, Mike. Now we can say good evening on the West Coast. Yeah, time zone to time zone. We'll be working our way into a Wednesday. Around the country, not a bad night for moving the freight. Lord knows we got to get that freight moved. More details on the supply chain issues topping the headlines. Yeah, one of the top stories is going to be even with the announcement from the president this past week, and that's his name, DOT Secretary Buttigieg, creeping out of his hole. He's on maternity leave. He's been on unannounced maternity leave since August. But the trucking industry, many trucking experts are saying, yeah, what this administration is doing is really not going to make a dent in the supply chain issues. So we'll delve into that coming up here. But again, back to our travelers' weather as we get things underway here. As I mentioned, most of the country is looking good tonight. Not a whole lot of precip out there. We got our one storm system still bringing some snow to parts of Wyoming. And the snow totals have really piled up over the past day. Now, we do have some showers and thunderstorms over the central, moving into eastern portions of Nebraska, up into southwestern portions of South Dakota. Now, the cold air's filling in there. Snow falling over the Black Hills in South Dakota. Aside from that, as I look over to the east, Only precip I can find on the radar is up into northern portions of Maine. All is quiet along the East Coast. Not a thing going on along the I-95 corridor. High and dry from the Great Lakes to the Gulf Coast. Now you look out west. Ooh, it's a different scenario. Look at all the precip that's going to be coming in to the West Coast. We've been talking several days about a train of storms that will be bringing, they need the rain, especially California. And it sounds like they may really begin to put a dent into the drought conditions. Much needed rainfall. Let's use some big scary words. AccuWeather using the term bomb cyclone. Big scary words when it comes to weather. They actually say a beast of a bomb cyclone is going to take shape just off the coast of the northwestern U.S. and western Canada later this week. Forecasters say it will rival, in some aspects, the intensity of strong hurricanes from the Atlantic this season. This is going to be a bad boy. This powerful storm will bring dangerous, damaging impacts up and down the West Coast. But the precip it will deliver to parts of California, Oregon, and Washington, as I said, is greatly needed. The storm will have some tropical origins, energy from former severe tropical storm Neptune, which churned over the western Pacific, will be joining forces with a non-tropical system setting over the northern Pacific today. According to AccuWeather, rapid strengthening will result as the storm comes together a few hundred miles off the coasts of Washington and British Columbia. Its intensification could easily surpass the criteria for, there's another big word, bombogenesis. In other words, bomb cyclone. A rapidly strengthening storm with a central pressure that plummets by 0.71 of an inch of mercury, or 24 millibars, in more within 24 hours. That is what the term bombogenesis is. As the pressure drops rapidly in the center of the storm, air rushes in to replace the vacuum created in the atmosphere, which can produce damaging winds. The central pressure of the storm is forecast to dip to approximately 28 inches of mercury. That would be 948 millibars, putting the bomb cyclone at or even below the intensity level of Hurricane Larry earlier this year, which was the long-lived intense storm that churned across the Atlantic back in September. When it reached its peak strength, Larry was a major Category 3 hurricane, maximum sustained winds of 125 miles per hour with higher gusts. Now, its central pressure of that storm dropped as low as 955 millibars. So this storm off the West Coast technically will be even stronger than that. Now, damaging winds are possible from the northwestern tip of Vancouver Island, British Columbia, on into British Columbia as the storm rapidly intensifies at midweek. We're talking winds 40 to 60 miles per hour with gusts to 80 miles per hour as the storm's cold front charges toward the east. This monster storm will be packed with plenty of moisture and wind energy. And that's going to act for the catalyst for the storm that's going to target the Pacific coast of the U.S. and Canada. Each storm will have its own level of strengthening, will not likely rise to the same intensity of the offshore bomb cyclone, but as the circulation of that storm ramps up, winds and wave action will increase over the coastal northwest into Thursday, and as far away to the north as the Aleutian Islands by Friday. The Storm Prediction Center is forecasting waves as high as 48 feet. Wow. Strong winds, 40 to 50 miles per hour, expected for coastal areas of Washington and Oregon today into Thursday. But with the center of the large cyclone forecast to remain offshore, damage will be relatively minor, pale in comparison to the bomb cyclone from Thanksgiving week back in 2019. But conditions are going to remain stormy in the coastal Northwest right into next week, and likely to expand even further south through the coast of even Southern California into next week. So as the pattern evolves, more storms spin southeast across the Pacific. We'll be talking rounds of rain and mountain snow ramping up significantly through later next week, when the slopes of the Cascades and the Sierra Nevada forecast to pick up 6 to 12 inches of snowfall, or rain rather, with locally higher amounts, 6 to 12 inches of rain. Wow, that's a lot of moisture. Now, snow will fall at varying elevations over the course of several days as each storm blows through. By the middle of next week, several yards of snow, that's right, yards, could pile up across the high country of the Sierra Nevada, the Cascades, the Olympics. The snow that accumulates in the mountains may provide bonus runoff into streams this fall or definitely next spring. Should the snowpack remain in place through the winter, significant drought caused several of California's critical reservoirs to reach historic lows this year. This storm has the potential to be a tremendous shot in the arm due to the long-term drought in the region. While all the storms will have their benefits, one in particular will be especially problematic. The biggest storm in the bunch in terms of rain and mountain snow is forecast to roll ashore Sunday into Tuesday. It will likely target California in general, bringing soaking rain as far south as coastal areas in Southern California, spotty showers to even some of the deserts out west. So storms prior to the big one early next week are just going to kind of prime the landscape, setting the stage for a quick runoff, with the big storm carrying the potential for enough rain to cause widespread flash flooding, mudslides, especially, but not limited to the burn scar areas of Northern California, Oregon, and Washington. More than half of all the rain in the week-long pattern and the majority of the high country snow may fall during that single storm early next week. Now, people with homes built along the hillsides and some of the burn scar locations are going to have to be extra vigilant with this stormy pattern unfolding into early next week. The rounds of rain soak the ground. Topsoil can become progressively unstable. Forecasters also warn motorists do not drive through flooded roads. The reasons include, but not limited to, the risk that the water's a whole lot deeper than it looks. The water may still be rising. Road surfaces may be washed away beneath the floodwaters. Large waves are going to sweep southward along the coast of Southern California late this week into next week. It'll be a boon to surfers, but large breakers and strong rip currents will pose dangers to people along the beachy areas. Rain hazards to some communities along the West Coast, particularly in California. They tell us the pattern unfolding this week into next week may be one of the biggest series of storms for the rainy season for California. There's still potential for a couple of bigger storms over the winter months, but a precursor to the stormy pattern will bring a batch of rain and high country snow from British Columbia to parts of Northern California and northern Idaho starting later today into the evening hours. Now, this is going to be a mild storm compared to the following incoming storms. Generally, we'll see a half inch to up to 2 inches of rain with the precip we're looking at off the coast right now, and a few inches of snow above pass level in the Cascades and over the peaks of the Olympics. Big stormy pattern incoming out west. But I had the story, I don't think we got to that earlier this week, about Lake Tahoe, the levels at Lake Tahoe. I mean, it's just incredibly low. They need some precip because they rely on those reservoirs and lakes to supply, of course, water to so many millions of people out west, power generation, all that good stuff. All right, hello to Dale checking in this morning. Jacksonville, Florida, where it's 66 degrees. Another cool night in Florida, huh? Clear conditions there. Chuck's on board from Lancaster, Ohio. Hello to Jeff. Morning all, 81 southbound at the 217 mile marker in Pennsylvania is closed. Got an accident there, so thanks for the heads up. 81 southbound at the 217 in PA. Timothy's on board. Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. Giving Malibu Lauren a shout out. Back and forth you guys go. Tank in the house. Happy hump day, Steve. 60 degrees here in Albuquerque tonight. We're doing our Santa Rosa turnaround tonight. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. Justin playing around in Indianapolis yet again this morning. See, John is on board checking in from Wentzville, Missouri. Cold, clear. Stay safe out there, drivers. Hello to Zorro. Victor's on board. Happy hump day. Damn, Buddha Judge had a baby? Yeah, John, you didn't know that? Actually, Buddha Judge and his husband, they had two babies. Buddha Judge says, hey, parenting is not a vacation. Parenting is a job. He's been taking care of the babies. Voodoo Child checking in from a chilly Horse Cave, Kentucky rest area. Brr this morning. Hello to Larry. Good afternoon, all. Hammer down. Be safe. Hossy Joe, hoping to get some sleep tonight. I'll catch the replay tomorrow. Anyway, love the show, Steve. Joe, Tallahassee bound, then back to Pensacola, 60 degrees on I-10 tonight. Hello to Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve, en route from Nellis Air Force Base to Fort Lewis, Washington, in a day cab. Yeah, waiting for the waterworks in the Pacific Northwest. Yeah, you're going to get some soaking rains by the sound of things out there, Santa Claus. Hello to Lori Glory. Morning, Steve, 61 degrees here in South Buffalo, New York. Chevy guy on board, copy the mail. Jay checking in. Morning, Steve. All the overnight drivers, 52 in Music City. Everybody keep the rubber on the road. Have a good drive tonight. Hey, the Steve Sommers overnight drive. It's Rambler. Driving westbound on Highway 98 headed to Hattiesburg. You mentioned Gator last night. I'll call in later and tell everybody what kind of hero he was. But hello to everyone on the overnight drive nation. Yeah, Gator used to call pretty regular. I know. I thought he was still running nights. Yeah, across the gorge there, Tennessee, North Carolina line, through the mountains out there, moving the food for Food Lion. It's probably been a good 6 months since he last checked in, though. Hello to Buster Brown. Happy hump day, Steve, from K-Town, where it's cloudy, 52 degrees. Richard on board from Central Florida, 65 degrees. All right, I got an email from the Moose earlier. Heidi-ho, Steve Areno. There you go. Well, me and the gang have stopped for the night. We've had a good trip thus far. Stopped and got a new seat installed on the camper. Finally got a proper CB radio in this thing. We were going to stay at the truck stop, but I found a campground in Phillipsburg, Missouri that could accommodate the rig and the critters. So we ended up here for the night. Just made some dinner, and we're going to call it a day. I'm planning on heading out first thing tomorrow morning. So everybody have a good night. Have a great show. We be 1073 and 1010 till we do it again. There's the Moose. Day one of his road trip. I'm not sure where all he's headed, but already on day one, he's down in Missouri. So he's already put some miles under his belt. Great to have you on board here around the country. It's 844-844-3388. Lots to cover as we roll into a hump day. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Who else we got on board? Hello to the Michigan Madman. Hey there, Steve. What's going on? Let's go, Brandon. Keith on board, checking in from Grand Isle, Nebraska, where it's 65 degrees. Everybody have a good night. Yeah, Santa Claus, let's go, Brandon. Everybody's on the same page out there, huh? Jeff says, need some prayers, gang. Kim has surgery in the morning, and our prayers to all the trucking tonight out there. Be safe, all right? Hello, Eskimo Mom. It's kind of her Monday, first night out there on the road for the new week. Happy Monday or hump day, depending on your perspective. Doing something a little different tonight. Going to a Youngstown area store instead of my usual 56 degrees, mostly clear tonight north of Columbus. Garbage throwing daddy checking in. Morning, Steve, and all y'all. Prayers for you, Jeff. Happy hump day. West Michigan checking in. That's our one Crazy Ray on board. 54 degrees. Happy hump day. All right, let me see here. What else we got? Crazy Ray says, Steve, I think you had your most watched show here at YouTube last night. Like 116 watching during the live broadcast at one point in time. Yeah, all right, gradually, Crazy Ray, the numbers on the podcast are going up. The number of finding it on YouTube, Facebook continue to gradually climb, which that's a good thing. Makes some progression. Buckeye Boy, check it in from, let's see, Meriden, Connecticut. Yeah, where it's 54 degrees. Nice. I was able to get part of my load today. I'll finish it up tomorrow, then head back to Georgia. Can you believe these idiots have the audacity to have a documentary about this quack Dr. Fauci, in which his wife says basically, he's not doing it for the money. He makes $400,000 a year. I mean, he makes more than the office of the president's salary is. Anyway, unbelievable. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, Fauci. No, he's not doing it for the money. Sure. Under our industry headlines here, shall we start with the supply chain issues? Let's get to that. We've talked about that endlessly, but we'll get to that coming up there. Yeah, we're heading into the cold months, right? Going to be promoting the Hot Shot Secret anti-gel. And you're getting ready for those cold winter starts and fuel line freeze up and all that good stuff. You're also getting ready for apparently many, many drivers out there on the road who will, for the first time, be driving a big truck in winter conditions. You know, those inexperienced drivers. Everybody's got to start somewhere, and obviously you learn from experience, but quite often, first time out there crossing those higher elevations, the mountains and the passes during the winter months, it can be deadly. There's a Colorado trucking school director forecasting that there's going to be an unusually large number of brand new drivers out on the road this winter, thanks to the recent uptick in demand for truck drivers and the subsequent increase in trucking students. Harold Trent is director of the U.S. Truck Driving School in Wheat Ridge, Colorado. Says that the upcoming winter weather always presents challenges for truck drivers, but it may take a particular toll on those new to trucking. A group of individuals that he says will be particularly large this year. Of course, you factor in the weather. If you're not experienced and you don't know what you're doing, then you're setting yourself up for failure. Winter conditions. You're not going to come off that mountain 30, 35 miles an hour. Trent says the way the industry has worked this year may have left new drivers with extra gaps in their experience, pointing out with all the delivery backups in the past year or so, new drivers have spent more time waiting and less time driving than a typical green driver. This COVID thing has really created a monster, he says. You're still looking at drivers behind the wheel of commercial vehicles with, say, 3 months of experience. Pretty typical of today's world. But I'm getting calls weekly from trucking companies that I didn't even know existed. When are students going to be graduating? And how much training did they get? While Trent said that standard rules and regulations do help ensure that all drivers get comparable training, some trucking schools may just be better than others. Now, does it mean that some trucking companies may cut corners to get the job done? Yeah, I'd be a liar if I didn't say yes, that is absolutely true. Dan Kaland of Dillon Towing says that he has 3 trucks sitting in his yard that he towed after they lost control, and winter hasn't even begun yet. They lost control right now, about 35 miles an hour. They're thinking, well, this is really slow. I can probably go a little bit faster than this. They'll zoom it up to 45, 50. Next thing you know, they're halfway down the hill, losing their brakes, but it's because they had to keep pumping their brakes. Now they're heating their brakes up, and it's too late. It's lack of training and experience is what it is. Trent also points out that drivers trained in the southern states will simply be less experienced in winter conditions all around. No fault of their own, no fault of the trucking school. A driver in Alabama, for example, probably a good driver in summer weather conditions. But then he comes to Colorado, and he's faced with uphill and downhill grades he might not be used to. Then you've got the snow, the ice, the fog, the wind, all that to factor in. In addition to the influx of new drivers, Trent also points out trucking companies that previously required years of experience to join their team have become so in need of drivers. They have almost universally lowered their requirements, even accepting drivers fresh out of truck driving school. I'm seeing companies, like I said, that normally had a 2-year experience hiring criteria. Yeah, now it's maybe 3 months, 6 months, and some will take them right out of driving school. Found that rather interesting because it sounds like we may be headed into Yeah, one tough winter, especially with some of those pass areas out west. All right, with that, what are we looking at? It's 844-844-3388. Now, we'll hold off and get into your calls, because it's time for, hey, Mike. But news break is just moments away. Bidoo checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Waiting on my load back to Youngstown. Yeah, Crazy Ray said, I hope and pray the newer drivers leave their cell phones on the seat next to them. Somehow I get a bad feeling they aren't when I see drivers out there swerving, even during the daytime hours. All right. Joe says, look out for the white Volvo mafia in the snow with their flip-flops on. All right. Thank you so much. Good to have you with us as we make our way into a Wednesday hump day. Like I said, lots more to cover. But we'll get a news break in here, and lines available. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Steve Bannon is being referred to the U.S. Justice Department for contempt of Congress. The House Select Committee investigating the January Capitol riot voting unanimously on Tuesday evening after Bannon refused to comply with their subpoena.
The plain fact here is that Mr. Bannon has no legal right to ignore the committee's lawful subpoena.
That's Wyoming Representative Liz Cheney, a co-chair of the panel, and another co-chair, Bernie Thompson, called Bannon isolated in his refusal to cooperate. Actress Alyssa Milano is among a group of protesters rallying over voting rights who were arrested in Washington hours ago ahead of a vote set for tomorrow on voting rights legislation. Milano tweeting about her arrest, saying she was advocating for equal voting rights and constitutional liberty. And this is USA Radio News.
Why do you think bank presidents and jewelry store owners trust ADT to protect their homes and businesses? Because they feel safe, and you can too. How would you like to monitor your home from fire, floods, and yes, robberies without even being there right from your smartphone? That is peace of mind. You may even save money on your homeowner's insurance just by having an ADT system installed. And there's even a money-back guarantee. How about that? We guarantee 100% satisfaction. You have nothing to risk. Why do you think people who have so much to protect trust ADT? Because it works. Call right now for a free quote. We'll even give you a free gift for calling. So pick up your phone and call Protect Your Home, an ADT authorized premier provider now.
800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. That's 800-818-0191.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, 25 before the hour on a Wednesday morning. Yeah, I got your email there, Santa Claus. Thank you. I sent me a photograph. The rig he's hauling, parked in front of the world's largest thermometer. That's pretty cool. I'd never seen that before. Then got a heads up from one of our listening friends, travel advisory for both tonight and tomorrow night. This is electrical work, will require various lane closures on I-71-75 southbound between the Turfway Road interchange and the US 42 interchange. So this is ongoing right now. At 8 o'clock this past evening, the far right lane of travel closed. 9 p.m., the 2 right lanes of travel closed. The left 2 lanes will remain open. So you've got a kind of a merging situation there. Plans are all lanes of travel open by 6 a.m. Wednesday morning. A similar scenario for tomorrow night, same place, 71, 75. That would be all right. So tomorrow it's northbound. Tonight southbound. Tomorrow northbound between the US 42 interchange and the Turfway Road. 8 p.m. 1 lane travel closes. 9 p.m. 2 lanes of travel will be closed. 10 p.m. Tomorrow night's going to be a real bottleneck. 3 lanes of travel will be closed. Only 1 lane will remain open. So you're talking 4 lanes to 1. And I don't care what time of the day it is, 71, 75 through that stretch is a very busy stretch of highway. So you're going to have some backups. Pay attention because the traffic ahead may be coming to a stop. All right, who else we got checking in there? Hello to Kevin. He says, hello to everyone. Beautiful full moon tonight. Oh, that's actually Teresa from Northern Ohio using Kevin's email. All right, thank you so much, Teresa. Young Blood is on board tonight. Under the, I think Peggy sent this to me. Yes, Peggy, I got your email. Thank you very much. She said, I tried to send you something the other day, and it came back as undeliverable. Yeah, you got the right email address, because I got this one. Supply chain players on various fronts speak to CCJ. That's like, what is that, Commercial Carrier Journal, I think it is. And they have very little confidence in President Biden's initiative to alleviate congestion at the busiest ports. Yeah, we know what the announcement was last week, paving the way for 24/7 operations at LA and Long Beach. The White House reports that both ports are the point of entry for 40% of the containers in the entire country. And they're on track to reach new highs in container traffic this year. Major companies that rely heavily on those ports, FedEx, UPS, Walmart, Home Depot, Target, pledging to step up their after-hours operations, which would come as welcome news following a failed 24-hour pilot program at the Port of Long Beach last month. They also announced the International Longshore and Warehouse Union members are willing to work extra shifts at the ports. Nonetheless, analysts and those working on the front lines during the unprecedented freight say the president's plan fails to really address the critical challenges like warehousing, equipment, driver shortages that continue to create frustrating inefficiencies. It's called port throughput. It's not just taking containers off those ships, but having the capacity in the yard to position those containers, having the chassis to put the containers on, and drivers to take the freight from the ports, and capacity in the rail network to facilitate the hoped for acceleration in the port throughput. That, according to the president, senior analyst at ACT Research. While the president's recognition is welcome and will undoubtedly help at the margin, this effort resembles squeezing a balloon. The problem appears likely to be pushed to the next mode with insufficient capacity. Fixing the problem at the port moves it to the next step in the supply chain. Trucking already operating at capacity, so adding more throughput requires them to operate more hours and more efficiently than they are currently. So the outlook on shifting to 24/7 ports isn't much better for customers, according to House broker Peter Whitmer out of Largo, Florida. Nothing will change if ports are operating 24 hours. There are simply not enough truckers to work 3 shifts per day, nor does the hinterland infrastructure support hundreds of more containers to be unloaded in a 24-hour period. It's a dumb idea. It solves nothing, he says. Rick Mellick, director of emerging technologies at the North American Council on Freight Efficiency, said shifting to a 24/7 model adds additional strain to industry channels that are already struggling to keep up. 24-hour operations at the ports impact all the downstream resources, the warehouses, the trucks, the trains, the distribution centers, the retail outlets, and the factories. Fixing the problem at the port moves it to the next step in the supply chain, as trucking is already pretty much operating at capacity. So adding more throughput requires them to operate more hours and more efficiently than they're able to do right now. With a broad trucking and port history that goes back to 1950, Dependable Supply Chain Services is concerned about the road ahead. The director of Intermodal and Drayage Services at Dependable, a full-service logistics provider that serves all the major ports in California, said Opening up the ports around the clock is not enough to alleviate this record congestion. There are major inefficiencies in container return procedures, along with equipment and labor shortages, which has continued to hamper the port operations. So extending the operation hours is not going to alleviate the problem. Now, he's got an office right there in Los Angeles. The major roadblock is the inability to return empty containers in a timely manner. I currently have 890 containers out on my private fleet of chassis. 375 of them have empty containers on them that do not have a return location because, one, there's nowhere to return them. Two, there are return restrictions. And three, there are no return appointments available. Somewhere down the line, we got way behind on this. Now, I did, following Spaceman's call, he did send me some links. The gentleman he was talking about is his friend that works out there at the port. And I think I did share one particular video where he was trying to attribute the issues there at the port. This guy, he's out there working, and he explains the moving of the containers, the ships. And he said that they're working their brains off. Yeah, for anyone that's trying to say, there's some sort of a mandate to leave all this crap sitting at the ports. He said that's a bunch of BS. We're moving 2,000 containers every single day. And he kind of attributed the real crook of the problem comes down to COVID. We had the initial wave where all these mandates about if you've come in contact with anyone, if you've got a family member, blah, 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 that you gotta stay home for 10 days. And we lost so many good workers. And things started to get caught up. He said at one point they were down to 10, eight, maybe a dozen ships that were still sitting out there. Then the Delta wave comes sweeping through. And during all that time, an entire year where they weren't really training new crane operators and professionals to do certain things at the ports that only those with seniority can do, they've really got behind. And now when up to 88 ships, and he was also explaining, he showed here's the SS, whatever the name it is. This is a German freighter, and it's 14,000 TEU. We're starting on this ship today. It'll take about a week to unload this ship. Now they've got, I think, 3 berths right there. He was at the port of Long Beach, I believe. So 3 berths. You got 3 similar ships, 3 at a time, taking nearly a week to offload. Yeah, it's really an 88 ship backlog. It's going to take an incredible amount of time. How the hell are they going to get caught up? All right, one other heads up here before we get to your calls. Pappy throwing a shout out. Eastbound I-74 at State Route 128, or the I-275 split, is down to 2 lanes. You got road construction going there. You'll need to be in the right 2 lanes. So probably a little bit of a bottleneck there tonight with construction going on. Thanks for the heads up there. So I-74 at the 275 split. What's going on this morning, Horse Feathers?
Good morning, Your Honor. I suppose we're supposed to start out with, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Well, it ain't my birthday. It's hump day.
Nope.
It's hump day.
Yeah, it's not even the princess's birthday.
Nope, all done for another year.
All done. No more roosters for another year. Oh, wait a minute. Can we say that?
Yeah, no, not a chance.
No, not a chance. Hey, do you remember last week sometime you had a caller call in and say to you about having container chassis to that go out with loaded containers, and then they don't just drop containers off to run the empty chassis back. They have to bring the containers back, and same way with the rail. You know, the rail goes out to the intermodal and, you know, offloads out there. And I guess probably sometimes they might bring a train load of empty rail cars back for more containers. But most of the time they want to bring containers back because they don't like hauling empty rail cars around. They don't really get paid for that a whole lot. So you remember a caller told you that last week there. I remember hearing that one.
They certainly did.
Yeah. So, anyways, there. Got a call from Lucky Penny here this evening. I don't know if she's staying up now or not, but she says she's been really busy during the daytimes there trying to get everything squared away and put away and figured out what everything is and where everything is. Because I guess Jean was the mathematician there of the financial part of their business. So she's finding out a lot of stuff that she didn't know and getting into a lot of things and trying to get everything organized and they had a lot of things going besides just the truck. They had a lot of other stuff going on. You can imagine, though, you know, they were over 70 years old and been together since they were in school. So you can imagine the amount of stuff they had together and things they had going. So, but she did want me to let you know that they got the celebration of life scheduled for Gene there for Saturday. So if anybody has a minute there just to take a moment and remember on Saturday there, it'd be a good thing. And I'm not sure when they're headed up to Gene's tree there, but that'll probably ensue at some point too. But
okay.
But anyways, as I say, the celebration of life will be this Saturday there. So,
and I'm trying to remember, were they in Pennsylvania? Where were they?
Yeah, they're in southwestern Pennsylvania there, east of Pittsburgh, kind of that area, you know, out towards Somerset, I think maybe. So Johnstown, Somerset, down in that neck of the woods over that way.
Okay.
So, but she says they're trying to keep it around 100 that's going to attend, and they're already trying to ask people to, you know, kind of limit it with how many more you're asking besides, because they're already pushing their 100 limit that they really wanted to keep it to. So,
Okay.
So, but as you said, you know, anybody just take a minute there on Saturday and think about them. It's as good as being there. So,
yeah, that's Ranger Jack. He will be missed. He was one of the good ones.
Yep, absolutely. So, so the other thing she passed along there was that part of the things she's been able to do is they had a couple pickup trucks and a motor home, and they were able to get those rehomed. So that's a load off her shoulders. And I guess it was either sometime during the day Tuesday, I believe, they actually got a buyer for the big truck. So that's all well and taken care of as well. So that, you know, she's coming along and, you know, not have a lot of stress of having to take care of a lot of things, and, you know, the payments on things, and
right,
you know, without being out on the road running, you don't have the income coming in to take care of all that. So anyways, a couple things for your industry news. Just come down through Delaware here on the I-95, and their great big electronic sign there was flashing that drive careful, because they've had 105 deaths on Delaware highways in 2021. So there's a number for you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that adds up to in all the rest of the states to make a big grand total, but that's what Delaware's done so far. And I don't know if it was Tuesday or Monday, but maybe you can check into this if you can do a Google search there. Supposedly there was a truck driver, and I use that term loosely because I never did see what type of truck he was driving, whether it was a pickup truck or a box truck or a tractor trailer truck, or you know how the news reports these stories, you know. So, but anyways, a truck driver apparently was involved in a theft at the Maryland House rest area on 95. Now there's two rest areas between Baltimore and Delaware on 95, and if you're coming north out of Baltimore, the first one you come to is the Maryland House, and if you cross the river, then you go by the Chesapeake House. But anyways, this story happened at the Maryland House, and he's supposedly involved in a theft, And somehow or another, when he decided to leave going in the wrong direction on the highway, because both these service plazas are both in the median area of the highway. They got a really wide median, and they put the service plazas in the middle, and so you can leave in either direction. So he decided to leave in one direction, but it was in the opposite flow of traffic. So he navigated that for a little bit. And apparently he was stopped at some point, and there was a trooper that ended up on the side of the truck, and then he took off again with the truck, and the trooper fell off and was injured. And
wow.
then something happened that he crashed somewhere or something, and he went running through the woods and was finally apprehended. But I didn't know if you could get more on the type of truck or what it was.
Okay.
Because, of course, they're calling him a truck driver, and I wouldn't call him much of a truck driver.
Yeah, it might have been it could have been a pickup truck. Could have, you never can tell. They just used truck.
Yep. So I guess that's about what we got going for you. Everybody tells me there's a full moon out. I don't know where it is. I can see some stars and clear sky, but I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. If I look at it, I think if I roll the window down and stick my head out the window, I think I can see it straight up.
That
there.
might be a little dangerous to do when you're rolling down the highway, you goofball. Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful full moon tonight. Shining bright outside the Hot Shot Secret bunker. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, this guy's in all kind of trouble. Horse feathers, you pretty much told the story. You've got most of the details in there. He is now expected to be charged with attempted second-degree murder, first and second-degree assault, assault of a law enforcement officer, theft, and other related traffic charges. Yes, it was a Florida man. Hey, he gets a Dumbass of the Week nomination, doesn't he? A Florida man expected to be charged with attempted murder, driving the wrong way on I-95 for almost 8 miles. Fortunately, no drivers were reported injured and no crashes. Maryland State Police said it began when a tractor-trailer driver, 37-year-old Maurice Cooper, from Haverhill, Florida, apparently stole someone's jacket and keys inside the Maryland House Travel Plaza. Police then learned the tractor trailer had exited the Travel Plaza going the wrong way, driving against traffic south on I-95. Of course, troopers began following the vehicle, trying to stop the driver. After about 3 miles, he stopped in an active work zone where several highway workers were doing road work. A trooper got out of his vehicle, tried to engage him, climbing on the passenger side step, asking the driver to park and hand over the keys. But he accelerated again, going the wrong way against traffic. That acceleration threw the trooper from the truck onto the highway, which suffered minor injuries. He refused medical treatment at the scene, but preliminary information says the driver kept driving against traffic for about 4 more miles, crossed all lanes of I-95 to the shoulder into a construction zone, then made a U-turn and began going north. Baltimore County Police helicopter followed the tractor trailer to a motel parking lot in Edgewood, where the driver then fled on foot into a wooded area. But he was ultimately taken into custody. But like I said, he's in all kind of trouble. So there you go, Dumbass of the Week nominee. Let's just throw this guy in as well, because this goes back to Monday morning of this week. Police searching for a truck driver apparently responsible for damage to multiple vehicles in an apartment building. This was on the west side of Detroit. Again, early Monday morning. According to the Detroit News, the truck driver struck multiple cars, tossed them into each other, and even broke through the wall of an apartment, leaving the rig in the middle of a bathroom. The truck driver then fled the scene on foot, leaving his rig, an extensive amount of damage behind. Luckily, both the damaged cars and the destroyed apartment were empty at the time of the crash, so no injuries reported there. But police were investigating. As of Tuesday, they were still looking to identify the driver. That shouldn't be too difficult of a job, but I guess so. He's on the run. A couple of dumbass nominees. All right, I'll get back to your calls coming up. Close out hour number 1. Good to have you with us on a Wednesday hump day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The U.S. House Select Committee investigating the January Capitol riot, voting to refer Trump ally Steve Bannon in contempt of Congress. The committee vote unanimous on Tuesday evening. Mississippi Congressman Benny Thompson calling Bannon isolated in his refusal to cooperate with that investigation. A vote is set for this week on a bill the Senate Majority Leader calls necessary to right the ship of democracy. New York Democrat Chuck Schumer planning to set up a vote on the Freedom to Vote Act, likely to take place sometime Wednesday. Schumer says the bill has support of all 50 Democratic voting senators, but does not have the 60 needed to overcome the guaranteed Republican filibuster. The first state in the nation to take in more than $1 billion in sports wagers in a single month is New Jersey. And this is USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio is looking for a co-host. Yes, you heard me correctly. Nationally syndicated radio show and popular podcast, Rockstar Radio with Billy Gerard, is looking for a co-host. In fact, 2 segment co-hosts. One will join Billy weekly talking about all things financial, and another for a weekly review of the national real estate and mortgage market. Co-hosting with Billy Gerard could be the move that puts your career into overdrive. For all the details and to schedule an audition with Billy, send an email to bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Or go to rockstar.today/co-host for all the details. Rockstar Radio is looking for 2 expert co-hosts. It could be you. Email bill@rockstar.today or go to rockstar.today/co-host. Being on the radio with Billy will make you the expert in the field. It could take your career over the moon. Get all the audition details at rockstar.today/co-host.
A new study says Pfizer's coronavirus vaccine is very good at keeping older kids out of the hospital. The CDC study of about 460 kids between the ages of 12 and 18 finding that the vaccine was 93% effective. The study showed 97% of patients who ended up in the hospital in that age group had not gotten their shots. Some recently announced efforts to address the supply chain problems are just getting underway, and as they do, Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida says his state is ready to help. Here's USA Radio's Tim Berg.
Speaking Tuesday from the Jacksonville Port Authority, the governor saying Florida's here, we've got the capacity. DeSantis adding Florida ports stand ready to alleviate the log jams at other ports. The governor adding Florida ports will offer incentives to companies who move their goods through the Sunshine State.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The family of a black man who died in Aurora, Colorado in 2019 has reached a settlement with that city. 23-year-old Elijah McLean died when he was stopped by cops after being placed in a chokehold and given a dose of ketamine. McLean went into cardiac arrest. He was declared brain dead and then died in the hospital days later. The court will determine how the settlement will be split between McLean's parents. Netflix is reporting solid earnings for the third quarter. The streaming company posting earnings per share of $3.19, and that beat expectations of $2.56. And overall, the company brought in $7.48 billion in revenue. That matched estimates just about exactly. Netflix gained 4.4 million global paid net subscribers against expectations of about 3.84, and the company says it expects to add another 8.5 million in the fourth quarter. An NBA star turned vintner, Dwayne Wade, is increasing his presence in the Northern California wine industry. Wade already owns Wade Cellars in Napa, now joining the board of directors of the wine school at UC Davis. The retired NBA star says his goal as a board member there will be to recruit a more diverse student body into that prestigious wine program. And reporting from the New England Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, I see Heatwave made a post this past day. About 12 hours ago, as a matter of fact. He says, well, it looks like our AC ordeal may be over by tomorrow. He said, I swear, if you have First American Home Warranty, drop them like a hot potato. This last 2-month ordeal is a reason not to get them for your appliances. They are incompetent buffoons, not worth your time or nickel. Really, 2 months. And never got the same representative in all my calls. Screw them. I'm glad your ordeal is almost over there, Heatwave. That's kind of like the experience I had. It wasn't that same warranty company, though. I think ours, I believe it was America's Home Shield. one of the more popular names out there. But yeah, every time you call them, you get a representative on the line, and you got to go back and start from scratch and try to explain the whole damn thing, what you got going on. And say, okay, hold on, let me get someone else on the line. They bring someone else on the line. You gotta start all over with them. It's like, yep, the frustration factor off the charts. All right, well, yep, we continue to pay more at the pumps. According to the Energy Information Administration, the weekly report, the national average per gallon of diesel is now at $3.67 per gallon. I mean, we looked at a 10-cent in 1 week increase in the national average. Regionally, it ranged anywhere from 6 cents to as much as 10.5 cents. There were 4 different regions that saw an increase between 9 and 10 cents per gallon. The highest price per gallon by region is $4.53. The lowest, $3.42 per gallon. So today, our national average is $1.28 more than it was this time 1 year ago. National average at $3.61. All right, California, obviously, that's the place you're paying the most. Yeah, California is averaging $4.53 per gallon, where you typically find the most affordable fuel. The Gulf Coast, averaging $3.42 there, $3.61 in the Midwest. Over toward the East Coast, the Central Atlantic Coast, averaging $3.79 per gallon, $3.55 in New England. The East Coast as a whole, averaging $3.65. I mean, it was up more than 9 cents along the East Coast. Up, and away. Good morning to the Jolly Green Giant. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I've got bad news. Gilligan did not go down with the USS Minnow, but the Sopranos want to get in touch with Gilligan. We said we bought him a brand new pair of shoes. So, Gilligan, if you can get in touch with Steve's show, so that way we can size you up with a brand new pair of concrete shoes, it'd be greatly appreciated. So we're going to take care of you, man. We're going to take care of you, and we're going to reunite you with the USS Minnow. Those concrete shoes will take care of that.
Okay.
Also, I got some good news. The good news is, I don't know if you heard this, Steve, but Cincinnati is going to get a new chain of restaurants, fast food restaurants, that used to be in Cincinnati, and that is Roy Rogers. Did you hear that, Steve?
I did see that, and I remember Roy Rogers, and if memory serves, weren't they kind of like an Arby's sort of thing, the Roy Rogers roast beef? Wasn't that them?
Yes, very similar. The only thing is, they also carried. They would take a combined roast beef on a cheaper, but they also served a very, very good fried chicken. So, of course, everybody knows, if you know anything about Jolly Green, there's 2 things that he's a connoisseur about. One, and fried chicken. Ain't that right, Sec Mayak? Sec Mayak will tell you. The Jolly Green, they call him the Chicken Man there at our company. And the other thing is he's croissants. Those are the 2 things that I like the best. So I'm looking forward to Roy Rogers coming back to Cincinnati, another chain of restaurants, which I wish to God they would expand their restaurants a little farther. Used to be a chain in Cincinnati called Hardee's. And there's only one Hardee's that I know of in Cincinnati, and that's in Hamilton, Ohio. So I'm hoping that they will expand that chain of restaurants, because Jolly Green and his missus, we both like Hardee's. I think they're a very good restaurant. Well, that's all the butter I got for your peas and corn for tonight. We'll be listening, Steve, and like I said there, Gilligan, I asked that you go ahead and give a call to the show so that way we can size you up with your new concrete shoes. You have a good night, guys.
All right. Thank you, Jelly Bean. Jolly Green, have a good morning. Looking at 12 past the hour. And it's 844-3388. What's going on, Monkey Gouger?
Well, good morning, Steve. Good to be talking to you.
Good to have you with us.
I'm trying to recover. I'm trying to recover from the cussing out I got about 30 minutes ago.
Oh, now what'd you do?
Well, Steve, you was talking about that. I read that article earlier today on CDL Live about that school guy talking about all these inexperienced drivers being out here.
Yeah.
And we see it night after night after night, day after day. People can't back up. They're whipping out in the fast lane in front of 70-mile-an-hour traffic running 62 miles an hour. It's just a damn nightmare out here anymore. I mean, it really is. It ain't the four-wheelers you got to watch out for more. Half these dumbass inexperienced truck drivers they got out here. They need to put a yellow bumper on the damn truck. You know, like a NASCAR rookie, so we'll know what we're dealing with. Well, tonight I was over there unloading at my last stop, you know, and this woman come in this truck from Minnesota, and she was trying to back up to the dock, and I will say this in her defense, even though she did call me a no good SOB. Them docks, you got about 150 docks in this warehouse. And it's not well lit out there, and they ain't got the lines painted, and you got these jackasses running up down through there in these yard trucks running 90 miles an hour, and then you got their trucks coming in at 90 miles an hour trying to get off that clock, and you know, it's just zoom, 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 zoom. You're trying to back up, and I reckon she got a little flustered. Well, I waited on her when I was walking up there to the dock to turn my paperwork in, you know, to get finished playing around what she was doing. And she finally got far enough back where I could shoot between her and the fence. I run around in front of a truck, and she was giving me the middle finger, you know, when I went by. And, you know, and I just kept on walking. So I go in there, check in, and talk to the ladies in there because I see them every week, you know, and they was asked me, you didn't bring no donuts tonight? And I said, no, I didn't come that way tonight. I went the other way, and there wasn't no donuts to bring y'all no donuts, but I'll double up next week. Well, this guy that does all the check-in, you know, he comes in and, you know, lumper guy, and he's going, you know, he tells me, yours is prepaid, you're good to go. He said, who's driving this truck in door 7? And nobody answered. And so he looked at me and said, are you going back out there? I said, yeah, I'm going back out there. Well, by that time she come in, he looked over there and said, ma'am, you driving that truck in dock 7? Says, he said, yeah, I am. What about it? I said, well, you going to straighten that thing up or do something, because we can't even get the dock plate to go in your truck. You're so damn catty corner in there, the dock plate won't even catch the back of your truck. Gee, well, I done the damn best I can. I'm a 72-year-old woman, and I done the best I can. And he said, well, ma'am, I'm not saying anything about your age or anything about that, but it says, this is your choices. You can go out and find somebody to help you back that truck in. You can go out there and try to straighten that truck up, or you can get the hell out of here, because I ain't got time to mess with you. I thought, damn, that's to the point. So anyway, me feeling sorry, you know, the big old heart I got. I really felt sorry for the lady. So I go out there and I said, ma'am, I said, we can set you and play all night, but I said, they ain't playing with you. I said, I seen them run a group out of here the other night for the same deal. And I said, Just let me back the truck in for you, and let's get you in the dock, get everybody happy. Well, I don't need your help, but since you offered it, I reckon I'll take it. And I said, okay, so I jump in there. I ain't never driven one of them automatic transmission trucks, so it took me a minute to figure out how to put the damn thing and drive and go forward. And so I just pulled up there, cut it, whipped it back, put it back in the dock, got it straight, got everything lined up for her, and I said, can I ask you a question? She said, yeah. I said, how long you been driving a truck? She said, well, you could say I'm going through my midlife crisis. I've been driving 3 months.
Oh.
I said, well, would you do me a favor? 3 months. 3 months she's been out here. I said, would you do me a favor? And she said, what's that? I said, will you take this truck back to Minnesota and turn it in for you kill somebody, kill some of my family, or kill your damn self? Oh, when I said that.
Yeah,
whoa!
she didn't much like that, did she?
He didn't like that worth a damn, and she let me know my mom and daddy wasn't married. She called me a sorry SOB and told me that she would die in hell before she ever took help from me again. I said, I hope I don't ever have to help you again now.
Boy,
So
listen.
I walked on off.
Monkey Gouger, he out there just stirring up the crap, looking to start trouble.
Well, Steve, I was just trying to give that woman, being a seasoned veteran I am, I was just trying to give her a little insight that, she needed to take that damn thing back and give it back to them people before she hurt her damn self.
Yep.
She didn't see it that way. But, so, I mean, we're seeing what you're talking about, Steve, every day. We talk about it on the after hours. That guy's not joking. And why you would send somebody that's only been in a truck for 3 months out there to them dangerous slopes of Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, Oregon, California, in a truck, you got to be a damn fool. I just don't understand where these large trucking companies can keep on recouping the losses that the carnage of what they're causing with this crap. And my answer to it is, if you treated your drivers a little bit better, paid them a little bit better, and everything, you might not have to be looking for all that damn inexperienced help. But it's a mess, man. It really is, Steve.
Yep.
The other thing I wanted to touch bases on was this Long Beach deal. Steve, AB5 has come back and kicked them right in the ass. I'm talking about kicked them right in the damn keister. And they're wondering why they can't get no truckers. Ain't nobody wants to go down there and put up with that crap. On a good day when that thing is operating correctly, it's a damn nightmare. And I have had the privilege of going in that fine place and having to pick up stuff over there, right down the street there at Terminal Island and places around there. And it's a damn joke getting in there, going down that 710, going into that port. And then when you get loaded coming out of there 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon with all them other guys that's coming out of there 3 or 4 o'clock afternoon, and it takes you 3 hours to go 20 miles. Yeah, so that was when it was operating officially. Can you imagine the cluster mess they got down there now? Oh, it's a nightmare.
Well, refresh my memory. Was anyone out here saying that AB5 was going to be really creating some problems when it comes to trucking in California? Did anybody ever mention that?
I think we all talked about it, Steve, night after night there for about a week.
Thank you.
You predicted that, hit it right nail on the head there. You're the professor of trucking, buddy. That's the reason you got the #1 trucking show at night.
Yeah, I say, we told you so.
We told you so.
Yep.
So before I get off of here, you read an email last night, and I was going to call in, but I was so damn tired. Well, one other thing real fast before I start with this email. Let's go back to this shortage of truck parts, critical parts. Sunday night, I go pick my trailer up. I got a yellow flashing light on it. I said, this is not good. So I pulled up there to it, get out, go over there to the diagnostic center on the computer board, start punching keys in, low refrigerant, and they give me another code. I'd never seen that code. So I said, damn, it's supposed to be at 26, and I said, it's up to 29. I said, we got a problem. We got to get, so I get the hotline, carry it to Thermo King right now, get it to Thermo King. I said, well, there's one down the road about 3 miles. Don't sweat it. So we get Thermo King, real nice tech come out there to help me, and he come out there and he punched the codes in, and he said, look, he said, I think that the compressors took a crap on you. He said, but I got to go in here and check it. I said, okay, no problem. So I pulled in, dropped the trailer, pulled out, and he come out there about an hour later and says, we got bad news and worse news. I said, okay, what's that? He said, well, your Barbasol line broke and said your compressor took a crap on you. And he said, I ain't got neither one of them. Said, we got 4 of those compressors for them units ordered, but they on back order now been on back order for the last 2 weeks. I said, holy moly. I said, well, you got a swing out unit I can get. No, all our swing out units have been taken up. I called the company back. I said, what you want to do? I said, we got to get back up there to where I loaded at and get this thing off the truck. He says, a trailer there. And I said, yeah, there's a trailer there. So I had to offload my load onto another trailer that we had up there, and then got everything going, and just throwed me all behind. And with this wonderful electronic log, I've been running 6 hours behind. So last night I didn't get a chance to call in on that email you read. So that email was talking about Tex getting a new companion, right? And the reason we done that is we know Tex is probably going to have to surrender to the Tennessee officials over there for that riot he incited Saturday night over there at the volunteer game. When they was throwing them water bottles and golf balls, and we didn't want him to be lonely because yesterday they made an announcement. They fined him $250,000. They got a $10,000 reward out for the man with the go-to-hell cowboy hat and the cane that was dressed up like Moses giving instructions. So, Tex, I hate to do it to you, old buddy, but $10,000 nowadays is a lot of money. So I'm at to roll over. So get your girl ready. Y'all going to the pokey. Steve, I'm going to bump the dock and get out of here.
All right. Have a good morning, Monkey Gouger. Thanks for checking in. Be safe out there. All right, what are we looking at? 25 past the hour. Sometimes your efforts actually do bear fruit, positive fruit. Senator Marsha Blackburn is asking the Environmental Protection Agency to approve a software solution that will address a shortage of diesel exhaust fluid sensors. In a letter Monday of this week to the EPA administrator asking for relief to be provided to truckers and motor carriers, chip shortages and supply chain disruptions have left truck drivers unable to repair their trucks when the DEF component fails. I write to express regarding the unavailability of replacement DEF sensors for American truckers. She says, as you know, the global microchip shortage is causing extreme hardship for trucking companies. I urge the Environmental Protection Agency to redouble your efforts to facilitate and approve a software concern solution to quell this dire situation. And time is of the essence, she said. Now, she said the DEF sensor manufacturers are working on software solutions and asked the EPA to expedite the approval process. If approved, this would lift a tremendous burden on truckers and motor carriers across the country. Now, she also called attention to when DEF sensors derate trucks and force them to slow down to 5 miles per hour. She says whether derated by malfunction or actual high DEF levels, no affected truck can be used to haul freight. In addition, the derating of an over-the-road commercial vehicle while under a load, creates an extremely unsafe situation for the driver, the driving public that shares the road with the trucks, and the shipper and or receiver, and the insurance provider that is responsible for the load. She requested a response from the EPA within 30 days. Now, here's the thing where your efforts make a difference. The OOIDA, Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, reached out to their members in Tennessee earlier this week, and apparently that making them aware of Blackburn's effort. Senator Blackburn specifically highlighted that we have heard from OOIDA members that the derating of a truck because of a DEF sensor failure creates a safety hazard for the drivers. So from time to time, they do a national call to action. In this case, it would be a state call to action to get because if you're a Tennessee, she's representing you. So for those who took the effort, took the time out to maybe pick up the phone or send an email, I'm not real familiar. How widespread is that problem? Like Monkey Gouger was talking about, pretty much every damn thing you need. If you have a breakdown, if you have a part that goes out on your truck in this current era, where everything's on back order or sitting on a container off the porch somewhere, you may be stuck off the road for days or weeks. All right, we've got clear lines here on a Wednesday. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Steve Bannon is being referred to the U.S. Justice Department for contempt of Congress. The House Select Committee investigating the January Capitol riot voting unanimously on Tuesday evening after Bannon refused to comply with their subpoena.
The plain fact here is that Mr. Bannon has no legal right to ignore the committee's lawful subpoena.
That's Wyoming Representative Liz Cheney, a co-chair of the panel, and another co-chair, Bernie Thompson, called Bannon isolated in his refusal to cooperate. Actress Alyssa Milano is among a group of protesters rallying over voting rights who were arrested in Washington hours ago ahead of a vote set for tomorrow on voting rights legislation. Milano tweeting about her arrest, saying she was advocating for equal voting rights and constitutional liberty. And this is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, welcome back at it here on a Wednesday hump day. That's right. Hey, Mike. First, a heads up here. Got an email from Justin. It said 465 eastbound at the 0.5 mile, just west of I-65 marker. In the construction zone, I got a disabled semi in the right lane. Just sitting in the dark when I passed it by. Sitting in the dark. That's not good. Somebody not paying attention gonna find that truck. So there's your heads up. 465 eastbound at the 0.5 mile marker. In the construction zone, no less. And I think it was that you, Deranger? Yes, it was. He sent me a link to a compilation video. This is hilarious. There are a lot of clueless people out there. Matter of fact, over the weekend, I had to actually explain to my mom what "Let's Go Brandon" means. She had no idea. Like, what is it with all these people saying "Let's go Brandon"? Well, I know what it means. Most of you know what it means, right? It all started at the NASCAR race at the end of the race. Like at so many sporting events now, when the chant from the crowd begins to ring out, F Joe Biden. And, of course, the interview at the NASCAR race, interviewers tried, and I don't know if she was really oblivious or if she thought they were saying, let's go, Brandon. Once she said that, it's gone viral. It's gone global. Yeah, the moniker, let's go, Brandon, which means F Joe Biden. So you got this guy right now, apparently, and I don't know how long this will be able to go on, but going into department stores, your Target or your Walmart, whatever, and he's got a bunch of them, he's got 4 or 5 of them in this particular compilation where he goes up to the service desk. He said, I've got a friend. Can you page him to the service desk here, please? His name is Lesko Brandon. And they have no clue. Lesko Brandon, please report to the service desk. Lesko Brandon to the service desk, please. That's great. They're oblivious. Let's go, Brandon. All right, back to your calls here. Curtis, I believe it is. What's happening this morning?
Well, when Monkey Guy was talking about that lady backing in, it reminded me, some years back, I referred to this lady as Island Girl because she's from Hawaii. And I was sitting on the dock, and I sat there waiting for drivers to come in. And I know when certain drivers come in by the way they're backing up. Well, this lady, no lie, I know it was between a half hour to 45 minutes before she finally got backed in. She finally got backed in, and I asked, how long have you been driving? She said, 20 years. And I'm going, just forward, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah?
And then the mechanic at work had to walk her out so she couldn't pull out and get off to the road. He had to walk her out. It was an amusing day. Sometimes you sit on the dock, and when trucks pull in, you know who's pulling in, and you know who's not.
That's comical. But
Yep,
she'd been out there. She'd been out there 20 years, and she hadn't done much backing, apparently.
Apparently not. She's just been going forward. That reverse does not work well on her vehicle. And there's this guy referred to as lunchtime Larry because he always rolls up when it's lunchtime. And I'm sitting there, and I see the OD truck roll in, and I go, oh, there's Larry. And then when I see him backing up, and I'm backing up, I said, that ain't Larry. New kid in town.
That's funny.
Yep, but so yeah, you know the people by the way they back up a lot of times because some people just nail it in a cocaine heartbeat, and there's other people that takes you a lifetime to finally get them, and it makes for entertainment though.
Well,
and I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
You live in Cincinnati. Do you all have scrapple?
What was the question again?
Do you have scrapple where you live in Cincinnati?
Scrapple.
That you don't know.
I'm not familiar.
Like Rappa brand?
No.
It comes in like a block, a 1 and 2 pound block. I was up late at night here cooking my mom some scrapple for in the morning, and I just didn't know if you all had scrapple there where you all live.
I'm not familiar with it. We have Geta. We have Geta in Cincinnati. Do you have Geta where you are?
No. How does that come?
It sounds like it comes like scrapple. It comes in little blocks. You slice it and fry it, or you can, you chop it up and. I
will have to.
It's a breakfast specialty here, and there's a brand named Gleer's Geta. I don't know if that's on Cincy Favorites or not, but you might check that out. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Gleer's or Gliers. Yep, try that out, Curtis. It's kind of it's a Cincinnati thing. It's kind of an acquired taste, but. All right, yeah, what are we looking at? It is 844-844-3388. I don't know, is this just making the headlines on mainstream media? Hey, Mr. President, you may want to think about addressing the southern border issue. Yeah, this will ultimately be another one of those "we told you so" sort of scenarios. Just like Monkey Gouger was talking about AB 5 in California. We told you you're going to be shooting yourself in the foot with this legislation impacting the owner-operators in that state. You even had some major trucking companies saying that they would no longer operate in the state because most of their contractors were owner-operators. But, of course, they wouldn't listen. And this administration has been turning a deaf ear to the border crisis from the day Joe Biden took office, as we all know. The Panamanian government caught 52 people linked with the terrorist group Al-Qaeda, headed for the southern border, the United States southern border. According to Texas Representative Tony Gonzalez, during an interview with Republican Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel on the Republicans' Real American podcast, Gonzalez talked about the security risks that are associated with this mass migration across the southern border. Gonzalez said the Panamanian foreign minister had warned a caravan of nearly 100,000 migrants are headed for the southern border, and told him the Panamanian government had apprehended already 52 people from the U.S. terrorist watch list out of that group. The thing that keeps me up at night the most is another September 11 type of event. Gonzalez is a retired U.S. Navy cryptologist. He said, I just met last week, or actually this week, with the foreign minister of Panama. And she goes, there's over 100,000 coming through Panama on their way to the U.S. as we speak. I ask her one specific question. Have you caught anybody on the terrorist watch list? And she says, well, funny you would ask that, Tony, because in Panama, we do biometrics, and we have indeed apprehended 52 people associated with Al-Qaeda. He then asked if the president's administration is aware of those apprehensions, and she goes, there's no one home. I'm talking to you because the administration is absent. After learning about the apprehensions, he said he spoke to Senators Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz. He did interviews with CNN and NPR and tried to connect this Panamanian representative with other officials to get as much voice behind this as possible. Concerns about terror threats crossing into this country through the southern border is nothing new. Back in April, Customs and Border Protection announced they had arrested 2 Yemeni nationals on the FBI's terrorism watch list, trying to cross through the same border section in a 2-month period. A day after announcing the arrests, they put a press release. That press release was deleted from their website, prompting questions from other Republican lawmakers. A House Homeland Republican tweeted, why did you take down your previously public tweet and press release announcing that 2 people on the terror watch list were apprehended, exploiting President Biden's open border policies? Transparency in name alone is not transparency. They know, the entire world knows what's going on along the United States southern border. And it doesn't just have to be Al-Qaeda. Do you think Iran is not taking note? You don't think Iran's trying to see if they can sneak some potential suicide bombers from Hamas or any of the terror organizations on a global scale? Yeah, the opportunity is ripe for these individuals. How many individuals did it take to pull off September 11? Wasn't it less than 20? I mean, if they've already arrested 52 Al-Qaeda terror watch list members, how many got through? I guarantee they're getting through. We will, at some point in time, learn the hard way. We will pay a price. Will there be any accountability from this administration, though? That would be my question. Is anyone ever going to be held accountable? Just as no one's being held accountable for the debacle in Afghanistan, no one being held responsible. Lives lost, American lives lost. We'll get a quick time out here, come back with more. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Hey, we got lines available at 844-844-3388. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, so Curtis asked me about Scrapple. I was not familiar with Scrapple. Did a quick search, and it's, I don't know, is it a Pennsylvania kind of thing? Scrapple. Pennsylvania Dutch. Pan hair in English. Traditionally, a mush of pork scraps and trimmings combined with cornmeal and wheat flour. Oftentimes, buckwheat flour. It looks like, it comes in a block. And slice it up, fry it up, and pretty much like Geta. Yeah, from this area. Geta, I believe Geta is like kind of a sausage and oatmeal kind of a mix. That come, form it into a block. You can slice it and make it in patties or chop it up. All I know is it's pretty damn good when you fry it up just right. Get it crispy on the outside. Yeah, so there you go. You learn something new every day. What's going on, Chevy guy? Happy hump day.
Scrapple eggs. Oh, yeah. Scrapple eggs, potatoes. Oh, my goodness. Those. Good Lord, now I'm hungry.
Now you're hungry.
I kid you not. Chuck Schumer did it again. He's up there saying, about this issue of Steve Bannon not claiming he ain't going to show up or whatever. And he's saying something about this, rescue or save our democracy. And just now, where's our Republicans? I mean, boys need to jump up and say, no, it's not a democracy. It's a republic. People are so ignorant. I mean, he's right though, because democracy in truth is mob rule. And that's exactly what's going on. There's a mob against Trump's, the Trump administration. It's a lynch mob. So, where are the Republicans? Why aren't they? Every time they pull out a bike, there should be a Republican shoving Democrats out of the way. This is what's really going on. But they're not doing it.
Yeah, and you notice how they point out the fact that, hey, this investigation committee voted unanimously about Bannon. And of course, they had Liz Cheney speaking. There's you got Liz Cheney and Democrats. That's it. Because Liz Cheney should be a Democrat anyway. No wonder they voted unanimously.
Yeah, and I think you brought out a good point when you talked to Richard's mother. There's a lot of people in this country that they may catch your news on the on the nightly news. My wife still watches that CBS David Muir.
Okay.
Every single night. That's where but she knows better. She gets the other news, and we talk it over. But there's a lot of people that just get that news from there, right there, and that's it. They don't pay attention. In all truth, you would think they wouldn't have to, because who would want to screw up what we have? But there are people that just want to have total control of everything in this country, and it's just hard to believe it, and it's just a spirit that a lot of us just don't understand. I'm thinking Jefferson come out and they asked, what form of government have you come up with? And he looked at the person and said, a republic, if you can keep it. And it just does seem like this next election will tell whether we've lost this country completely or not.
Yeah.
But it just seems right now there's so much going on. The Republicans should be stomping around and acting a fool. That's what the Democrats do. Try to be dignified. Try to be, like Mitch McConnell. Whenever they call it that insurrection. Armed insurrection, until they found it wasn't an armed insurrection, and then finding out that the insurrection wasn't so much of an insurrection because they were basically the guards stepped aside and let them all in.
Right.
But so truth of the matter is, hey, in this country, I'm losing my place, I guess, but there's somebody run over the hill back here. Ain't nothing I can do for them. Our people's already stopped. I'm sorry about that. Things going on around me down here.
You are multitasking. Yes, multitasking.
There you go. Well, I'll just finish out with this. And it's a religious situation. Jesus started his ministry at the wedding supper. And in this country, we accepted gay marriage in 2012. And if they just got to feel that the hand of protection from God has been lifted on this country. And we turned against God in so many ways. And that's the main issue, because remember, the marriage represents the marriage between Jesus Christ and the church. And I'm telling you, we just need to turn to God, but I don't know how you're going to do that. How do you just up and take freedom that you gave to these people? And oddly enough, I'm at Walmart Sunday, and I remember my sister working at Walmart in Florida, and I remember you couldn't say Merry Christmas, you couldn't say God bless you. Mm-hmm. You had to keep your mouth shut on that stuff. I'm standing there, mind you, the only conveyor belt open. I walk in there, and there's a guy wearing a smock, and he's got a big button on his shirt, and it says, "Make America gay again." And you know what? I don't care. He was the only register open. I don't care who Somebody check me out. I'm not checking myself out. But the fact is, I guarantee you hardly anybody ever say anything about that. And to be honest with you, I said, thank you after he give me, you checked me out. I said, thank you. And that was it. I mean, let everybody want to live their life the way they want to. It's not my job to change them. But I'm just saying that the ministers in this country are keeping their mouth shut. And I mean, just common sense said, a nation needs to turn to God and repent of this stuff, and it's just not happening. It's not going to happen. So I got to believe that this nation's turned against God, and eventually will turn against Israel. So that's my cheerful Wednesday morning.
There you go.
Cheerful Wednesday morning pep talk, I guess. But you know what? Even though a nation may turn against God, there's still people in here that are still great. They're still doing things, i.e. horse feathers. He's not out there asking for money. He's out there asking to help the children. I mean, we've got people that really bust their tail on St. Jude. We've got Shriners. We've got the Wounded Warrior Project. We do great things in this country. And oftentimes whenever disasters happen and the American government finally gets on the ball and sends aid and help to these people in disasters, they're only moving in next to churches that's been there for decades with their aid programs, just barely getting by and helping out. And then whenever the government, the news cameras all move away, the government moves away, and those churches and houses of faith are still there tending to their needs. So America is still a great nation. It's got a great people. But our politics, like I said earlier, we keep voting in atheists to guard our inalienable rights given to us by the Creator, and we're finding less and less of our it's so-called inalienable rights being taken away, because if they're not there from God, i.e. our freedom of speech, our weapons, I'm sorry, if they're not there for God, if you're an atheist, then truth of the matter is, then those are there only at the permission of the government. So just prayers for our nation.
Problem is, once they're taken away, you don't get them back, right? That's the biggest key there. All right, Chevy Guy, thanks for the heartwarming talk there. Hump Day upon us. We close out another hour, hour number 2 in the books. Lines available at 844-844-3388. News update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The U.S. House Select Committee investigating the January Capitol riot, voting to refer Trump ally Steve Bannon in contempt of Congress. The committee vote unanimous on Tuesday evening. Mississippi Congressman Benny Thompson calling Bannon isolated in his refusal to cooperate with that investigation. A vote is set for this week on a bill the Senate Majority Leader calls necessary to right the ship of democracy. New York Democrat Chuck Schumer planning to set up a vote on the Freedom to Vote Act, likely to take place sometime Wednesday. Schumer says the bill has support of all 50 Democratic voting senators, but does not have the 60 needed to overcome the guaranteed Republican filibuster. The first state in the nation to take in more than $1 billion in sports wagers in a single month is New Jersey. And this is USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio is looking for a co-host. Yes, you heard me correctly. Nationally syndicated radio show and popular podcast, Rockstar Radio with Billy Gerard, is looking for a co-host. In fact, 2 segment co-hosts. One will join Billy weekly talking about all things financial, and another for a weekly review of the national real estate and mortgage market. Co-hosting with Billy Gerard could be the move that puts your career into overdrive. For all the details and to schedule an audition with Billy, send an email to bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Or go to rockstar.today/co-host for all the details. Rockstar Radio is looking for 2 expert co-hosts. It could be you. Email bill@rockstar.today or go to rockstar.today/co-host. Being on the radio with Billy will make you the expert in the field. It could take your career over the moon. Get all the audition details at rockstar.today/co-host.
A new study says Pfizer's coronavirus vaccine is very good at keeping older kids out of the hospital. The CDC study of about 460 kids between the ages of 12 and 18 finding that the vaccine was 93% effective. The study showed 97% of patients who ended up in the hospital in that age group had not gotten their shots. Some recently announced efforts to address the supply chain problems are just getting underway, and as they do, Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida says his state is ready to help. Here's USA Radio's Tim Berg.
Speaking Tuesday from the Jacksonville Port Authority, the governor saying Florida's here, we've got the capacity. DeSantis adding Florida ports stand ready to alleviate the log jams at other ports. The governor adding Florida ports will offer incentives to companies who move their goods through the Sunshine State.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Looking back at Tuesday's games in the Major League Baseball postseason, the Dodgers striking back in the NLCS as Los Angeles plated 4 runs in the 8th inning and a comeback to beat the Braves 6-5 in Game 3 of that series. In the American League Championship Series, Houston got it together and beat the Red Sox at Fenway in Game 4 to even things up at 2 wins apiece. Game 5 coming up at Fenway late this afternoon.
God, show me the way because the devil's trying to break me down.
Don't say you didn't get the memo. A Los Angeles judge has approved the request of rapper, producer, and fashion designer Kanye West to legally change his name from Kanye Omari West to just Ye, with no middle or last name. The petition filed on August 24th citing personal reasons for the change, but Ye explained the reasons for the change in a video obtained by Entertainment Tonight.
I believe Ye is the most commonly used word in the Bible, and in the Bible it means you. So it's I'm you, I'm us. It's us. It went from being Kanye, which means the only one, to just Ye, just being a reflection of our good, our bad, our confused, everything. And I'm just more of a reflection of who we are.
Ye was also the title of his 2018 album. And from the New England Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the overnight drive.
Yeah, sorry about your disappointment there, eh? Yeah. But good to have you on board. Rolling into a Wednesday, hump day. Looking at 20th day of October. Counting down the days. Halloween just around the corner. Next up. Then look what's on the horizon. Yeah, it won't be long. We'll be talking about Thanksgiving dinner. Christmas time's a-coming. Another year. Before you know it, we'll be in the books. If you weren't with us early on in hour number one, we're talking about the storms, a train of storms that are going to be rolling in out west, bringing much needed rainfall. This is pretty much, according to forecasters, this will end wildfire season, which has been a very long wildfire season. But the much needed rainfall. A couple days ago, I saw for AccuWeather was saying the buoys at Reagan Beach in South Lake Tahoe. The buoys are still moored to cement blocks. They still have tags marking their registration, but they're not floating on the water. They're just sinking in the mud. The piers stretching above bare ground. An abandoned motorboat still attached to its buoy, kind of marooned in ankle-deep water. It's just ankle-deep. In South Lake Tahoe, where the beaches are shallow, the water has receded so far from the shore, it's almost like the tide has gone out, revealing a lake bottom that's oozing with slimy green algae. Trash that had sunk in the waters, now exposed to the sunlight. A cigarette lighter, a seat cushion, a champagne bottle. It's kind of a crazy version of what would typically be the postcard image of Lake Tahoe. But the worst part, they say, is the smell. The air hangs with the scent of sewage or rotting seaweed. The stink comes from the algae that's been left behind by the retreating waters, which is now rotting on the beach. This week, Tahoe's water levels got so low that they reached a threshold that we've been waiting for all summer long. Kind of with mixed dread and inevitability. We knew it was coming. In science speak, the water reached Tahoe's natural rim on Tuesday morning. So when, they talk about the elevations, the water levels. So when water levels reach the natural rim of the lake, that means it's lost 6 feet of water across its surface, which measures 191 square miles. The mountains around Tahoe, blessed with a few inches of snow this past week, but experts say that even an average winter will not be enough to fill the lake back up. At this point, Tahoe, they say, needs a massive, record-breaking 800 inches of snow kind of winter to fill back up. Until then, there's no telling how low Tahoe will get. If the weather does not deliver significant rain or snow, the director of the UC Davis Tahoe Environmental Research Center estimates that evaporation will continue to deplete the lake by a rate of 1.5 inches per week. Evaporation, over time, that adds up. It's easy to underestimate how much water evaporates off of Lake Tahoe. We asked, do some calculations for us, and he came back with a number that was astonishingly big. Every inch of water that evaporates off the surface of Lake Tahoe equates to 4 billion gallons. That's with a B, billion. And he broke that figure down even more. Every week, enough water is evaporating off Lake Tahoe to meet the daily needs of 48 million people. And that's the average rate of evaporation every week. You go for a month and suddenly you have 6 inches of water level drop. And if you go to the South Shore, where the shoreline is very flat, it means the actual shoreline may have receded 100 feet. You've got these wide, muddy beaches, and it does not look so great. They really need some rain. But in a good, heavy snowfall winter. They were talking about what potentially yards of snow from this monster storm that's going to be coming in late this weekend into early next week for some areas. Now, I don't know if that's going to be in a zone. I don't think that's going to be where it's going to replenish Lake Tahoe. I'm not sure, but they can't. They need a good, lots of snow kind of winter in the mountains out west. What's going on, Gilligan?
Oh, not much, Steve. I got to touch on what Chevy guy started. I got a few things I want to touch on. Yeah, he's absolutely right. We're turning away from God. And, the gay marriage thing, actually, I come up with a solution to that years ago, but unfortunately, it would solve the problem. And, of course, our one party never wants to solve that problem. Get government out of marriage. Government shouldn't have anything to do with marriage. That's between two people. Problem solved. But, of course, that's too something. I know what he means. I was at Dollar General Saturday. My wife worked this weekend, so I got stuck doing grocery shopping. I had a similar situation. The guy was checking me out, was wearing green and silver nail polish. I didn't say nothing. I was just cordial and thanked him and went about my business. Did I hear right on the news that Kanye West is going to change his name to A?
Yay.
Is that his whole name, or is that just like
it's
A?
like Y-E. It's
Yeah, okay.
yay, Y-E.
Okay. Oh, boy. Okay, whatever. Yeah, he's out there, that's for sure. I thought I heard that right. Monkey Gouger, I'm getting ready to step on your toes a little bit. I know I'm going to probably catch a little hell for this. But that's normal for me. I'm usually good at stirring the pot. Well, I understand your frustration with the way the woman was acting, and I agree 100%. She had no right to take an attitude towards you when you was trying to help her. All of us out here now. I mean, I've been out here a while. I ain't been out here as long as Monkey Gouger. Some of these guys, I mean, Monkey Gouger's first truck was a bubble front GMC. He had to take an ice scraper in the wintertime, scrape the frost off the inside of the windshield, driving down the road just so you could see, But we know Jolly Green, he went back to horse team days, he's way back there. No matter who you are, you started at some point. There was a time that this was your first 2 or 3 months on the road. We got to remember that. I remember back when I started, I'd only been driving, I think 3 or 4 months. I was up in Connecticut at a steel mill. I was having a devil of a time back then. Well, I finally wallowed it in there. Old timer, backed in beside me. I remember he had a big old green Ford cab over. I mean, this truck was probably 25 years old at the time. And I looked at him and said, I'm sorry I took so long to back in there. I said, I'm struggling. I'm still fairly new at this thing. And he says, I'll give you this bit of advice. He'd been driving like 40 years or something. He told me, he says, he says, the main thing is you got it in there. You didn't tear anything up. He says, how long you been driving? Yes, how? I said, about 4 months, I think at the time. He said, I'll tell you this. Here in the near future, everything's going to come together and click. And vacuum's just instantly going to become easier. I said, are you serious? He says, I'm telling you. She says, it happens with every new driver. He says, usually within the first 6 months, you're getting there. I can tell that. Well, I went back to that steel mill about 6 months later, and lo and behold, I backed into the door. I had that happen. A month after I talked to him, it clicked for me. Just backing became pretty easy. I'm not going to say I don't struggle to this day. I used to run New York City. Trust me, it's hard getting some of them places up there. And I backed right in. Here's the same old timer. He's having a vanilla of the time, getting it in the door. He finally gets it in there, jumps out of the truck, looked at me and burst out laughing. He said, see that? Even us seasoned drivers have bad days at you. You know, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But, Monkey Gouger, you know, you got to remember, we was all there at some point. You know, we was all to that point where we just started out. You know, it's just what it is. But now I've got to touch on the Jelly Bean Giant. Jelly Bean, your supposed hitman showed up at the house there this evening. Well, you know, do you ever see the movies, The Apple Dumpling Gang with Tim Conway and Don Knotts?
Sure.
Steve?
Absolutely.
Well, I'm telling you what, these two bozos, Jelly Bean keeps sending after me, they make the Apple Dumpling Gang look like Jesse James and his gang. They was going to fit me for a pair of concrete shoes, right? Well, these two yahoos poured the cement in the box yesterday. So they showed up and the boxes were full of hard concrete. I mean, I finally brought them off laughing at them. Jelly Bean, you're going to come after me. You're going to have to find some better ones to give to you. I'm telling you, they just, I don't get it. I mean, yeah. You know, the old idea of how Tom Conway, when they wanted to hang him, they asked whether he needed to have his own, bring their own rope. Well, that's intelligent compared to these two. I got a little bit of funny for you before I leave. What's the difference between Iron Man and Aluminum Man?
What's the difference between?
You have any idea?
What's the difference between iron and aluminum?
Yeah. What's the difference between Iron Man and Aluminum Man?
Well, that was my answer.
Iron Man stops the bad. What's that?
Go ahead. Iron Man does what?
All right. Iron Man stops the bad guys. Aluminum Man just foils their plans.
Funny. Thanks, Gilligan. Tell Jelly Bean Giant. Jelly Bean Giant, that's what happens when you try to hire a hitman using social media. You get some hacks. Let's get a quick time out here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back to your calls here on a Wednesday morning. What do you got? Lines available? It's 844-844-3388. Hey, good morning, Rambler. What's happening?
Well, praise God, Steve. From the Hudson Bay to the Florida Keys, from the Empire State to the Golden Gate, you're live, loud, and in living color with good old Steve Summers and Reverend Rambler. How you doing tonight, my brother?
What's going on, Reverend Rambler?
Oh, brother, we doing good. And little response to Chevy guy. Brother, you've got an old preacher who won't back down. I've seen God do too much. I've experienced too much to know that there is a God who I serve in the form of Lord Jesus Christ. And this old preacher won't back down. You want proof of that? The Lord gave me the message for this Sunday. You come on over to the Permanent Ministries Church Facebook page, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time every Sunday. We have service. And I don't ask you for money. I just ask you to come on. Let's worship. Let's have church. And let's just all just come together. And you'll be able to hear that message. And we serve a mighty, mighty God. And I tell you, he gave a great message for this Sunday. But praise God, I'm not going to back down. Won't back down, seen too much, experienced too much. But also, before I get into Gator here, I wanted to put my 2 cents in because I've been driving 23 years myself. And I remember I got trained during the summertime in 1998. Now, I'm from Alabama, Mobile, Alabama, the rainiest city in the United States. California wants any water, they can siphon our groundwater. We still have plenty of water left over for us. But I ain't never threw tire chains. I ain't never driven in snow. So when I got out there, I was a lost puppy. But I had veteran drivers, like my father, Dirty Diapers, and other veteran drivers that, would help me. Now, of course, didn't have the technology back then. I think a lot of the distraction is for newer drivers that they can't put the cell phone down. And when it comes to wintertime driving, you got to put that cell phone down, put it on airplane mode, tell your wife, your girlfriend, your son, your daughter, your mom and daddy, aunt, uncle, cousin, whoever, best friend, mistress, whatever, you got to tell them, say, hey, I'm fixing to do some dangerous driving here, and I can't be talking. Do all your winter preparation, watch the Weather Channel, look at the radar, know what you're getting into before you even get into it. Then put that dag blame phone down and pray the Lord Jesus Christ to get you through it. And listen to the veteran drivers. Number one, I remember Dirty Diapers told me, Steve, he said, get you some old dry or kitty litter. Always carry that with you. Number two, get you some of them black bungee cords, the big long ones and the big short ones, as many of them as you can carry because you're going to need them. He said, number three, if any driver tells you it's too bad to chain up, he said, they a fool. Because there's going to come a time where you're going to have to throw tire chains. And my time came when they sent me to Salt Lake City, a beautiful day, and I was at the fuel island of the Slow Wagon and Fast Traffic Company where I got my start at. And I saw a diagram. What no YouTube back then, children? What no YouTube back then? There wasn't nothing you could watch a video, but they had a diagram of a set of tandem axles chained up. And I just so happened to look at it, study it, put it to memory. So when that perfect weather turned to teetotal doo-doo in Ladd Canyon, and when I got to Ladd Canyon up there in Oregon, and I went to open up the door, and Steve, the Lord hears what I'm saying. When I opened up the door and stepped foot on I-84, it's a wonder I didn't get ran over, because I literally slid on ice and slid across 84. Now, I never got my footing to get back up and get back to the truck, because that's how slick it was.
Mm-hmm.
But thank God I was able to pull over to a rest area. And like I said, the plows weren't running. Ain't no telling how long I was going to sit there. So, never thrown tire change a day in my life, but I remember seeing that diagram, and I had to get out there and figure it out real quickly. Oh, and by the way, have you a pair of coveralls too, because if you ever had to throw change, it's dirty and it's nasty. And I learned real quick how filthy you'll get throwing tire change. But Steve, from a boy from Alabama who never chained up a day in his life, I done everything exactly right. And then black bungee cords, you tie them in knots, it helps get them chains tight. I was able to get through Ladd Canyon chained up properly. When I got to Cabbage, it was just wet up there, so I unchained and went down Cabbage Pass, got in there to Pendleton, went to the Flying J, got a shower, and the rest is history. But listen to the veteran drivers, and get prepared, wintertime prepared, especially with hot shot diesel. But you mentioned gators, Steve.
Yeah.
I think we're talking about two different drivers. Go ahead, Steve.
No, Gator, I mean, he hauled for Food Lion, and he would, on a nightly basis, he'd be running over through the gorge, as they call it there, the Tennessee, North Carolina line. Is that a different guy than you know?
Yeah. Now I'm familiar with that gator, yes, and I've traveled the I-40 gorge many, many times. Better be doing 35 miles an hour through there. You get caught by a state trooper, they're going to give you a big fine. But the other gator was a hero. This is the one that I swear every time Knucklebuster calls, I got to make this quick, you're coming up on the news. Every time Knucklebuster calls, he reminds me so much of this gator. This gator pulled doubles for Averitt Express.
Yeah,
and the reason why he
remember
was a hero,
him. He sounded like Huckleberry Hound is what he reminded me of.
Huckleberry Hound, and he always ended the phone call with a joke, and your dad would blow him up, or you being the producer would blow him up.
Yeah.
But reason why he was a hero, and every time I listen to the song Phantom 309, I think about him, because he had an old couple pull out in front of him, and he could have ran through them like a knife through hot butter, but he turned his wheels and went up underneath an overpass, and it killed him instantly. Took him 9 hours to dig his truck out, and he pulled doubles for Averitt Express, so that's the gator I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Steve, I appreciate the call. I know you're coming up on the break. Just real fast, I want to say hello to Martha Jets, Sean Stuhler for UPS, Timothy Masterpaw, hello out there, and Buckwheat, Ken Buckwheat Holstein. And everyone else, remember, love is not a four-letter word. It's more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And Steve, I love you. I love everybody out there. We see you again. God bless you, my man.
There you go, Rambler. Thanks for checking in. Yep, and I do remember that. That was the gator from years ago. But yeah, he was one of those naturally really funny guys. Sounded like Huckleberry Hound. Yep, 29 before the hour. News break time, and we'll come back. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The U.S. House Select Committee investigating the January Capitol riot, voting to refer Trump ally Steve Bannon in contempt of Congress. The committee vote unanimous on Tuesday evening. Mississippi Congressman Benny Thompson calling Bannon isolated in his refusal to cooperate with that investigation. A vote is set for this week on a bill the Senate Majority Leader calls necessary to right the ship of democracy. New York Democrat Chuck Schumer planning to set up a vote on the Freedom to Vote Act, likely to take place sometime Wednesday. Schumer says the bill has support of all 50 Democratic voting senators, but does not have the 60 needed to overcome the guaranteed Republican filibuster. The first state in the nation to take in more than $1 billion in sports wagers in a single month is New Jersey. And this is USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio is looking for a co-host. Yes, you heard me correctly. Nationally syndicated radio show and popular podcast, Rockstar Radio with Billy Gerard, is looking for a co-host. In fact, 2 segment co-hosts. One will join Billy weekly talking about all things financial, and another for a weekly review of the national real estate and mortgage market. Co-hosting with Billy Gerard could be the move that puts your career into overdrive. For all the details and to schedule an audition with Billy, send an email to bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Or go to rockstar.today/co-host for all the details. Rockstar Radio is looking for 2 expert co-hosts. It could be you. Email bill@rockstar.today or go to rockstar.today/co-host. Being on the radio with Billy will make you the expert in the field. It could take your career over the moon. Get all the auditions.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. That's the number, and you've got lines available. You're going to jump on board. Let's see, a couple things to update you on here. Maybe even more like breaking news. Couple of stories. Starting, DeRanger sent me this out of northern Ohio. Sandusky. Doesn't state exactly what time this all unfolded, but the story posted from WPTA, Channel 21 there, at about 9:30 this past evening, where two people stabbed during an attack along the Ohio Turnpike. One of the victims has died. Troopers said a man attacked the victims at the Erie Islands Service Plaza in Sandusky County. And the plaza, of course, serves as a rest stop for westbound travelers on the highway there. A sheriff's deputy was first to arrive, ordered the attacker to drop the knife, but the man charged the deputy. The officer first used a less lethal weapon, I would assume a taser, to subdue the man. It had no effect. Officers then fired a shot, hitting the man who was taken by helicopter to a hospital with serious injuries. One of the stabbing victims has died. The other was also flown to a hospital for treatment. Police not yet identifying those involved. Obviously, they've got family members to notify and things of that nature, nor have they zeroed in on a motive for the attack. I just presume the attacker... typically, if something like a taser has no effect, somebody's on something, hyped up on some sort of... So I would assume, based on timing, with a fatality involved and a police officer involved shooting, there's probably, still at this hour, probably a significant police presence there at the Erie Islands Service Plaza in Sandusky. I would presume it's probably closed, right? Based on all that. So thanks for the heads up, DeRanger. Then on the stream chat here a little bit ago, I saw Spaceman had posted a link to a story, which I had not yet heard about, from Georgia. One person killed Tuesday evening when a portion of a bridge collapsed, sending 3 construction workers into the Yellow River. According to the Newton County Sheriff's Office, a little before 5:30, a portion of the access road bridge near exit 88 on I-20 collapsed while it was being dismantled. All 3 of the workers were rescued and given medical attention. The sheriff's office confirmed just before 8 that one of those construction workers had died. The other 2 have serious injuries. What we know is construction in the area began Monday, according to the sheriff's office, closing both eastbound and westbound lanes at the bridge on Access Road, otherwise known as Frontage Road. The bridge was expected to be closed for about 9 months. Not known how Tuesday's collapse will impact that construction time. According to the Georgia Department of Transportation, a 500-ton crane was on the way to the scene late Tuesday to recover equipment. Work there is continuing through the overnight hours, so it's just bizarre. A couple of stories, breaking stories, to throw your way this Wednesday morning. Meanwhile, back to the calls here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. On down to Florida we go. Hello, Philip. What's happening?
Not much. How you doing, Steve? You doing all right?
Hey, Mike. What day is it?
It's hump day.
There you go.
Hey, 500-ton crane, man. That's the same kind of cranes they use down there to recover at Miami when that building collapsed. That's a big crane there, man.
Big boy,
that's
huh?
A big crane. Oh yeah, that's almost as big as some of the stuff they got out there at the Starship. I got some space news for you, Bud. Have you heard of the Boeing Starliner before, Bud?
I believe so.
Okay, so a lot of people don't know this, but there is actually still a space program with NASA that works with the SLS project and Artemis and them. And the Starliner is a capsule that's being developed for them projects by Boeing. And this is funded by the federal government. Now, the Starliner was the capsule that launched, and it didn't go to the space station because of the software. They had a software problem. So it was unmanned, and they brought it back. And it was supposed to be, the other side that was supposed to be, you're going to have SpaceX on one side. That was the contract element of bringing people up to the space station. And you were going to have a space program again in the United States. And that was going to be the Starliner. Well, they pushed the Starliner capsule. They were supposed to launch it a few months ago. And they had valving problems with the engines on it and with the propulsion systems. So it has been pushed back till next year at the very least. I don't know if y'all heard that or not. I heard it yesterday down here.
Yeah, I hadn't caught
that.
And
SpaceX is supposed to launch the 30th. The Crew 3 mission is supposed to launch the 30th, and they pushed theirs back just Halloween. They're going to push it back a day on that launch. But that's big news for Boeing because that's a big setback for them folks because that's the money. That's the space program. It's just like a traditional space program we've had all along with like Apollo or Mercury or Gemini or any of them. It was the government's financing them directly, whereas in the SpaceX land, SpaceX is a subcontractor. They do all the building, they do all the engineering, and they do everything, and then they just charge the government on flat deal. But that's a big setback for Boeing in that capsule. They had a lot of valving issues with water. They said they had water get into some of the valves while the rocket was on the pad, and they just don't know how they're going to fix it. So it's going to be they're speculating about the middle of next year. As far as the Starship out in Texas, it's still status quo. They're building up and they're doing testing out there right now with the proof testing and whatnot. So I think we're going to have an orbital launch with that pretty soon. I mean, they're putting a lot of this equipment together and it's looking really good. And by the way, Steve, that crane that fell down here in Orlando the other day, they actually moved it out of the way. They got another one they're setting up right now to work on that parking garage that boom fell into from it. So, but have you heard any more about the vaccine mandates?
All I know is people are losing jobs all over the country. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, today is the 20th, so that's a big day for us. So we'll see how she plays out. The next big milestone is going to be the 22nd. So we'll see how that plays out for us. But yeah, it's getting interesting down here. And have you heard any more about the port of out there in L.A.? Anything happening with that? Have they got things going yet?
All I know is that they're working. They're supposedly getting 2,000 containers a day out of there. It's what the number they shared. But if you got 500,000 containers, it's going to take a long time to get that caught up because just as soon as you get one ship offloaded, I guess there's another one or two that have arrived out there.
Yeah, they said they're going to be probably next week going to be over 100 the way it's looking.
Wow.
That's what they said yesterday on the news. And Rambler is right. These young guys out here, they need to focus on learning the trade if they're going to seriously be in it. The definition of a phone booth, and I don't know if anybody knows what a phone booth is nowadays, but the definition of a phone booth is not what it is today. You know, the phone booth went from being on the corner to inside people's cars. So they need to get off the phone. He is correct about that. And you got to learn from those old time guys, because I'm telling you what, man, trucking industry, when I was growing up through it, my family's in it, everybody's in it, what I know. You got to learn from each other, and that's how you learn. You learn from them old guys. They taught you tricks that, you know, you couldn't learn. You know, some of that stuff is irreplaceable, and it's dying out there. There's a lot of the old guys that are fed up with all the garbage. You know, they got ELDs, they got all this stuff that's coming down on them. You know, they're sick of it, so they're bailing out. And these young ones, if they want to keep it going, they need to listen to those guys, because I'm telling you what, those guys are the ones that they spread it along. They learned from the older guys from back in the day. So that's pretty much all I got to say today, bud. You have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you for checking in, and thanks for the update on the Boeing Starliner. Yeah, vaccine mandate. Well, the Monday deadline passed for Washington state workers to be vaccinated or lose their jobs. And Governor Jay Inslee announced more than 90% of the employees had received the vaccine. All right. There is no testing option for them. It's vaccine or no job. No options. Inslee's office said the deadline for employee verification will not be extended. A U.S. district judge denied a request last week for a temporary restraining order that would have blocked the deadline. Washington State Patrol said they no longer employ 127 civil servants and commissioned officers because of the mandate, including 67 troopers, 6 sergeants, and 1 captain. Washington State ferries are operating on a reduced schedule due to staffing shortages. King 5 News Seattle also reported that the Seattle Police Department and Seattle Fire Department are working on contingency plans in case they lose staff. And those sort of stories coming out all over the country. All right, we'll get a quick time out here. Said Booty Judge came out of his lair from his maternity leave. Senator Cotton speaking out. Saying pretty much what most of us have been questioning from the day the man was appointed. Former a mayor. What the hell kind of experience does this man have? Any experience in transportation issues, trucking, rail lines, airlines? Absolutely no qualifications whatsoever. And Senator Cotton pretty much spelled that out. He says Pete Buttigieg is completely unqualified to handle what's going on with this supply chain crisis. And he even knows so himself. In other words, Buttigieg knows he's not qualified. He doesn't have a clue what to do. So we'll pick up there, 10 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yeah, so Tom Cotton, his comments as the administration scrambles to try and get ahead of a supply line in time for the holiday shopping, which I say that ain't going to happen. Critics say it's impossible to hire enough workers even with 24-hour operations. Can't get people to work. Now, Cotton's tweet accused Buttigieg of getting his job simply because he endorsed Biden after his own nomination attempt failed, which that's 100% correct. He tweeted, quote, Pete Buttigieg is completely unqualified to handle supply chain crisis. The only reason he's Secretary of Transportation is because he endorsed Joe Biden. Even Pete knows that. He said he once received help from Domino's Pizza to help fix potholes when he was the mayor of South Bend, Indiana. Oh, so he's got all kinds of experience. As for Pete, he simply said these challenges are definitely going to continue in the months and years ahead. Now, of course, then he talks about that's why we have to pass this infrastructure package. And Buttigieg's response to the Democrat infighting over that issue appeared to come out of his days as a consultant rather than any real effort to solve the problem. He said the White House has set up a task force. This is an incredibly complicated situation that we're talking about here. That's why we've been convening all the different players, holding roundtables, bringing together everyone connected to the ports. How you going to get enough people in the workforce? Meanwhile, let's see here. Back to the phones we go. And what's happening this morning, Vic?
Oh, not a lot. Just listening to all this. I don't know. Did you see Senator McConnell's statement saying that the Republicans need to quit focusing on the 2020 election and focus on Biden?
I did see that, yes.
Did you have
stop rehashing the past and move forward, right?
Right. And on that vein, I tried to forward you a couple articles there today, one on COVID and one on Sonny Perdue. Did you happen to get those or read those yet or not there?
Let me see. Sonny Perdue. Yeah, I think, yes, I saw that. I haven't shared it on the program yet. But
Okay. Well, on this 2020 election, the big deciding factor was this whole COVID-19 thing. And in 2014, Obama put out an executive order or edict or something that they banned all of this research into gain of function. But there were a lot of, what I want to say, workarounds. And so whenever they did that,
that's whenever Fauci went to North Carolina State and then North Carolina and Wuhan got together and they continued on with the research. Well, and then I think it was like 10 to 14 days before Trump took office, Obama lifted that ban. But even at that, long before that, under international treaties, we weren't supposed to be doing anything of that nature anyway. So why they were even still working on it, I don't know. But the point is, if the government knew 6 years before this COVID, suddenly caused this worldwide pandemic, what was so hard about going back and seeing what everybody was doing at the time? Instead, they came out with all of these emergency election laws, and those emergency election laws was what threw it to Biden. And when Biden got in there, that's why we have the best we have today. So why Senator McConnell does not want to rehash the 2020 election, but they want to have hearings on what happened on January the 6th. The two they're not congruous. They just don't line up together.
Mm-hmm.
The reason you had the January 6th riots was because people smelled a rat and they were highly upset and they had a good thing going. Trump had pretty much recovered from the Obama disasters. All the problems we're having today, they were pretty well solved, and then Biden took over, and now we have this mess. And one of the things, that here we deal with transportation, everything a lot. There used to be a term when I was in transportation, when it came to the ports, and also for a lot of surface elevators, it was a term called fobbed out. And that meant that you had more freight coming to that particular port or that elevator than what they could possibly handle. So you don't send any more freight there. So why these companies are still sending freight to these ports is really a mystery. And the only thing, and this is my opinion and my opinion only, if we quit ordering from China and they quit sending money to China, China is already on the verge of an economic collapse.
Mm-hmm.
They've had a few big banks that have already missed some payments. So if the American companies say, till we get our transportation cleaned up, we're not going to order anymore from China, and we're going to look around and see what we can do domestically to cover this, because I do believe there's probably enough empty manufacturing capacity throughout the United States and also Canada and Mexico, to where they could probably make up the shortfall if they really put their mind to it. So, and my way of thinking, for Senator McConnell to come out and say, look at Biden. Well, we knew about Biden before he ever got elected, and Senator McConnell was saying, oh, he's a good guy and he's moderate. You can go back and look all up the statements and let's concentrate on him. So I believe we need to concentrate on the 2020 election, not because of all the different things that might have happened with Dominion and everything else, but quite simply, we need to concentrate on that, because they're wanting to bring up this election law again, to where they federalize the election.
Yep.
And to me, that's just continuation from the COVID thing, to where they use the emergency, all this sending out an absentee ballots to everybody and all the election law changes. So they're still trying to milk this COVID thing to try to change the election laws, to where basically they can always cheat. So, and there were a lot of Republicans in the mix too. I'm not blaming just the Democrats, and that's why I think it's saying about Sonny Perdue, because I didn't care for him as Secretary of Agriculture. Some of the decisions he made was really harmful to the farmers. And then it comes out, when he wants to be the head of the Georgia education system, that ADM gave him a sweet deal on a soybean processing plant down in South Carolina, or his company. And it's like, well, that's pretty nice to know, after he had 4 years as Secretary of Agriculture. And the only thing he could talk about was Trump needs to lift the tariff so we can sell soybeans to China. And, that I never could, and something just wasn't making sense at that point. But when I seen that, then that made a lot of sense. So he was in a position, when I say he, Sonny Perdue was in a position, and the current Agriculture Secretary, Bill Sack, he was head of the American Soybean Association. Both of those people were in a position to do something, and the odd point of it was, had Sonny Perdue's company started operating that soybean processing plant and selling the oil into the biofuel markets and other places, it would have probably made money. It was just one of those things that it wasn't making enough money for ADM. So they shut it down and basically sold it to Sonny Perdue's company for the salvage value of the equipment that was in it. And so I don't think Sonny Perdue was really too anxious to see Trump have another term, or even the mess they had down there in Georgia, and they wound up losing 2 Senate seats. So whenever Chevy Guy was talking, he's saying, "Where's the Republican Party?" Well, probably they're trying to cover their tracks and hope they can make as much money out of this and get out of Washington with too much damage done. I don't think Mike Pence is having much luck here in trying to get his organization started to raise money. So, that's kind of where it is. But anyway, and then I did mention, and by the way, the woman that really was big on Bitcoin, she's the woman that started credit default swaps when she worked for J.P. Morgan. And she goes back to the digital currencies of the 1990s. And the people that started some of the digital currencies, they were some of them that also designed some of these voting systems. So it's kind of I can't think of, anyway, there's a lot of interconnections there. And it goes back, it boils down to the old saying, just follow the money. And I'm sure that Nancy Pelosi on her January 6th commission, she's choosing her questions very carefully to make sure she doesn't step on any landmine. And with that, I'll let you go, Steve.
All right. Yep. Several stories he shared with me. Yeah, we get more as we roll on, crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. It's 844-844-3388. News break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Pfizer's coronavirus vaccine is keeping kids out of hospitals. That's according to a new CDC study that looked at 460 children between ages 12 and 18, finding the vaccine was 93% effective. Pfizer's vaccine is being distributed to kids 12 and older, as the vaccine is still being tested out on younger kids. Some FBI agents are getting overnight duty. They're swarming 2 homes of a Russian oligarch in New York City and Washington, D.C. The FBI not saying anything about this, but witnesses say they've seen agents taking boxes from the home in New York. A spokesperson for Oleg Deripaska says the homes belong to his relatives, and it's in relation to U.S. sanctions. Tuesday was a good day for investors on Wall Street, with all 3 indexes up, and this is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better, or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. Giza Dream Sheets as low as $49.99, but only if you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The nation's Secretary of Education battling back against school districts over bans on mask mandates and COVID vaccine requirements. Miguel Cardona saying there is a responsibility to protect students and staffers' physical and mental health. He adds COVID infections and deaths are preventable, explaining that the federal government will provide funds to districts that are having money withheld over COVID-19 health protocols. Cardona also says a report focused on students' mental health in the time of COVID can be found on the Education Department's website. The Homeland Security Secretary is working from his homeland for a while after a positive COVID-19 test. A department spokesperson saying Alejandro Mayorkas tested positive before he went off traveling, so now contact tracing is underway. And he says he's just feeling some mild congestion. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Authorities in southeast Texas say it is indeed a miracle that an MD-80 passenger jet with 21 people on board went down in a fiery crash just moments after taking off from Houston Executive Airport, and all 21 people aboard did get off the plane safely, leading a Texas Department of Public Safety sergeant to say,
"This is actually a day of celebration for a lot of people."
And a roundup of animal stories to wrap up this newscast, starting in Pocatello, Idaho, where wildlife officials say they recently had to come to the rescue of a mule deer buck after it got its antlers entangled in a backyard hammock. To the East Coast, where in Westchester County, New York, a one-year-old dog is recovering after she got her paw stuck in the bathtub drain again. Only her owners say this time Daisy got it stuck so badly that it became swollen and they had to call first responders in to get it loose. They took her to a vet. She's going to be okay. A mountain lion in Palm Springs, California, said to be doing well at a rehab facility in San Diego after officials there had to capture it after it was seen roaming around the backyards at a condo complex. And finally, in Knoxville, Tennessee, it was 2nd District Congressman Tim Burchett that put out the alert with a tweet that a pig was loose on Alcoa Highway in Knoxville. He urged his constituents to drive extra careful because of that. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
I think it was Rebel that brought up the rail capacity last evening on the program. And I believe it was, let's see here, Deranger sent me this. Out of Tacoma, Washington, a new $3 million deal between the Port of Tacoma and Union Pacific Railroad will bring additional business to the port's underused South Intermodal Rail Yard. The deal approved by the Port Commission last week will shift Union Pacific's domestic intermodal container business from the Port of Seattle's Argo Rail Yard to Tacoma. Union Pacific's expected to sign the deal soon. Both ports, they say, are happy with the deal, according to a Port of Tacoma spokesperson. The shift of Union Pacific's domestic container traffic to Tacoma will allow Union Pacific in Seattle to accept more international container traffic for rail transport to the Midwest and the East Coast. The railroad in recent months had declined to provide quotes to handle new international business because they didn't have the capacity to handle it in Seattle, according to the Port of Tacoma's director. At this new Tacoma location, the railroad will have additional capacity to handle domestic containers beyond what it handled in Seattle. Domestic containers, the same as those carried from overseas, except their contents originate within the U.S. and are destined for U.S. distribution centers or retail outlets. They're renting 10 acres of land across Milwaukee Way from the South Intermodal Yard. The port will receive about $70 per container in total lift and facility fees. Now, the numbers start to add up. The port's contract with the railroad calls for a minimum of 35,000 lifts during the first year of the new facility's operation. What a lift is a movement from a rail car to a truck or vice versa. It's a 10-year deal that calls for an escalating number of lifts every year, thus increasing the port's income. According to the terms of the deal, the railroad is committed to the first 5 years of the contract with yearly options to renew through the 10th year. Now, they said declining container volume through the yard had threatened business. The new domestic business will help the port restore the yard to a level closer to its capacity and maintain employment at the yard. Okay, the port will have to use some of the area it now uses for auto storage as the staging area for the new operations, but maybe we can move some of that freight up to the ports of Tacoma or Seattle. Offload some of the burden from L.A. and Long Beach. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Oh, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So this Pete Buttigieg or Buttigieg or
Buttigieg, whatever.
Yeah. So now that Tom Cotton, isn't he a senator?
Correct.
Now, how didn't Buttigieg, did he just get appointed to that position, or was there a Senate confirmation hearing to appoint him there? Did the Senate have to do anything to put him there, or did he just kind of just fall into that as without anything from the Senate?
I'd have to double check. As far as transportation, I believe that would go through a Senate confirmation hearing.
So isn't that like, if it did go through a Senate confirmation hearing, isn't that like going through, like, if you turned in your job application and you went for an interview and you would have to show your qualifications and explain what you've done, and then the people would say, yeah, you have the qualifications to do the job, or no, you don't have the qualifications to do so wouldn't it be the Senate be the one to be responsible for who he's in, the position he's in, if he had a Senate confirmation hearing?
I'd be interesting to go back and see, was it, how many, Republican senators voted for the confirmation, you're asking?
Yeah, exactly. Republicans, Democrats, but we know if it was all the Democrats, it was just all the, as I said, because he'd had, turned all his asked all his supporters to vote for Biden instead of, since he was backing out of the race. But anyways, hey, to get on back to the vaccine.
Here's your number.
Go ahead.
The Senate confirming Pete Buttigieg as Transportation Secretary. The vote for approval was 86-13.
All right. So where does Tom Cotton fall in that? Is he a Republican or a Democrat?
Well, was Tom one of the 13, I guess is the question, right?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So he can't be bitching about something that he might have done if he did that. So anyways, this vaccination deal you're talking about with Washington State. Now, there was one of the head coaches that resigned, gave up a $3 million a year position out there in Washington. Now, is that because that state type mandate that was going on that he gave that up?
The football coach?
I didn't know if you. Yes, the football coach.
He refused to get the vaccine, so lost his job.
Okay, so that was $3 million a year, from what I understand, that he gave up for that. So anyways, that's a nice person to have on our side, standing up with us, saying that he should be a choice. But anyways, Baltimore here, I guess, with Baltimore City, I think they're saying like 53% of the employees have shown proof of vaccination, and I'm not sure if that's fully vaccinated or partially vaccinated.
Right.
There's at least 53% that are showing some sort of vaccination, and only 41% of the police have shown vaccination. And from what I understand, the police union there says that that their members aren't supposed to tell whether they've been vaccinated or not. So I'm not sure exactly how all that's going to fall and going to play. And I haven't heard about the fire department or anything. But the city of Baltimore has the clause there to be able to test. And I guess that the employees have to go to a certain, a specific designated testing area to have the test done. So I would assume if that's the case, then you can't go where you want to go to be tested. I would assume that means the city has to pay for that testing then, wouldn't they?
Yeah,
so,
I would think.
I'm just a truck driver asking a question, so I don't know. But anyways, that's kind of where all that falls. For the local stuff I've heard about here and in our area. So anyways, I guess with that we'll let you go. And if you come up with how Tom Cotton voted on Buttigieg, that'd be an interesting subject, wouldn't it? Since he's out there flapping his lips.
I would.
But they do produce a lot of hot air down there.
He sure as hell better be one of the 13 that voted no. Right? The coach he's talking about is Washington State's coach, Nick Rolovich. Yeah, fired with cause, they say, after refusing to take the vaccine, according to the university's announcement. Second-year coach, he applied for a religious exemption, but was ultimately, like so many others, denied. Jay Inslee, the governor's announcement that all state employees will be mandated to get the vaccine. Let's see. The deadline meant that he had to have gotten his second shot of any of the approved vaccines by October 4th. So the school announces, due to the requirements set forth in Washington Governor Jay Inslee's proclamation, Nick Rolovich is no longer able to fulfill the duties as the football head coach at Washington State University. In addition to the coach, the school said 4 of his assistants, defensive line coach Ricky Logo, quarterbacks coach John Richardson, quarterbacks coach Craig Stutzman, and offensive line coach Mark Weber are also not in compliance. As a result, Washington State has initiated the separation process based on the terms of their respective contracts, effective immediately. Let's see. The current defensive coordinator, Jake Dickert, is going to serve as the interim head coach. Rolovich was the highest paid employee in the state with a salary of over $3 million per season. The first coach at the top level of college football to lose their job because of the vaccine mandate. His firing, as Washington State was on a 3-game winning streak after a comeback win against Stanford on Saturday. Rolovich says he's not clear about his future after the win and had not heard from the athletic department regarding his exemption application at the time. So there you go. Washington State's president said no employee at the school is going to receive special treatment regarding the mandate. Rolovich announced that he was not vaccinated in July. He was the only coach in the Pac-12 who did not attend Media Day in person because of the vaccine mandate. There you go, 22 past the hour. And a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, here's a little note that kind of confirms exactly what Rebel was talking about last evening. Problems with the rails. You stop blaming the issue at the ports on the truck drivers. This is a little memo from DGF Global Forwarding. Yeah, their market update for October of 2021. It is in regards to the U.S. chassis, rail, and trucking situation. Starting with the chassis and equipment shortages due to the massive influx of ocean import cargo, particularly from Asia Pacific. There are significant issues with available warehouse space across the country. This results in containers remaining on chassis for much longer periods of time. Both LCL and FCL products are impacted. Dwell times increased drastically, as well as drayage between port and customer warehouses. In regards to the rails, here you go. We continue to see problems with the U.S. intermodal rail network. Rail delays are occurring across the country. The Midwest and Chicago areas are facing an average of 6 to 8 weeks dwell time. These issues combined causes a significant congestion at the ocean terminals, the rail terminals, and the container freight stations, CFS as they use for short, and results in delays that can sometimes last several weeks. The chassis situation they describe as severe. They go through the various markets. KCS, is that Kansas City, Detroit, Indianapolis, Chicago, New York City. Yeah, the shortages continue. Yeah, trucking capacity remains a big challenge in the U.S. across the country. Bookings need to be placed well in advance. Now, what do they mean by that? They've got the varying regions when it comes to booking a truck. They're saying you need like 14 days advance notice to even make a booking. Something along those lines. It's so a lot of issues. So you're talking 6 to 8 weeks dwell time. That's the time it's just kind of sitting there? Yeah, sitting on, I guess, either is it the rail car? All right, with that, let's get back up to the calls here. Big Sexy, what's happening? Happy Hump Day.
Tomorrow's Hump Day for me.
Oh, okay. Well, it's Hump Day for me.
I don't know what Horsefeather's problem is with Tom Cotton, but I can tell him right now. I just looked it up to verify it. Tom Cotton is one of the 13 that said nay.
Did he?
On that vote against.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been a thorn in Biden's side all along. He don't go along with hardly anything they want. He's not one of their favorite people. He's not one of the rhino Republicans. I really like Tom Cotton. That's my senator. So,
okay.
I keep up with what he does.
Gotcha.
So, no, he didn't vote for it, so he has a right to run his mouth about it.
So I appreciate you looking that up.
I forgot what I was going to call in for after that. I forgot what I called in for after Horsefeather got on there and said that. I got out of the right, and I thought, well, before I go on down the road, I'm going to pull this up and see. So I pulled up the roll call from Congress, and it listed them, alphabetically, and whether they voted yay or nay, and he voted nay. He won 13.
So then he has all the right in the world to say Pete Buttigieg has no business being there, and
yes, he does,
and he knew it at the confirmation hearing at the same time.
Right, he's one of the up and coming Republicans. All of our House and Senate are all Republicans. We don't have a Democrat. Even our governor's Republican. We're all red. So, but earlier I noticed a lot of the trains I've been seeing through here have empty cars on them. They're not hauling any containers, or I guess they're taking them back to get containers or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I was running beside one while ago, just about and I'm meeting one now. I don't know how many it's got, but just about every one of the ones it was pulling was empty. And these trains are running real close together. I mean, sometimes they're not 5-10 minutes apart. I think you just heard him.
Yeah, it just passed you by. Get off the railroad tracks.
Yeah, this one. I'm running beside it. This one's loaded. There's a few empty container cars, but most of them are double stacked, or at least single stacked. But that's what I've got for now. If I remember what it was I called in for, I'll call you back.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in. All right, what are we looking at? It is 844-3388. Coming up, we'll be getting a news break as we hit the bottom of the hour, see if anything new happening out there in the world around us. Meanwhile, under some of the industry headlines, let me flip the page over here. Yeah, it's sad scenario. Just a chain reaction event. A motorcycle is dead. Another man seriously injured after a crash started by a deer caused a collision with a semi-truck. Every year they throw out that question, what is the deadliest animal in the country? You start thinking about poisonous snakes and alligators, crocodiles, what's it going to be? And it's deer. deer cause more human fatalities than any other. The series of events unfolded Monday in Bartholomew County, Indiana. According to Channel 13, Marcus Grayson was riding his motorcycle along northbound I-65 just before 2 a.m. when he struck a deer, throwing him from his motorcycle, leaving him injured in the roadway. 3 motorists that witnessed the crash stopped to help. As the 3 were attempting to help the injured Grayson, an oncoming semi-truck attempted to avoid the unexpected people in the road, was unsuccessful. The rig crashing into 2 cars and the motorcycle, striking Grayson and one of the auto drivers who were both in the roadway. Grayson was killed in the crash with the semi-truck. The other was seriously injured, transported to a nearby hospital. Substantial injuries. The other motorist, struck by debris from the crash, but was treated for minor injuries. Toxicology reports for the incident are still pending. The investigation is ongoing, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. Would it matter with out there at 2 o'clock in the morning? It's that time of year. The deer are moving out there. Be careful. And what do you do when you're on a motorcycle? You're pretty much screwed, right? All right, quick news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Pfizer's coronavirus vaccine is keeping kids out of hospitals. That's according to a new CDC study that looked at 460 children between ages 12 and 18, finding the vaccine was 93% effective. Pfizer's vaccine is being distributed to kids 12 and older, as the vaccine is still being tested out on younger kids. Some FBI agents are getting overnight duty. They're swarming 2 homes of a Russian oligarch in New York City and Washington, D.C. The FBI not saying anything about this, but witnesses say they've seen agents taking boxes from the home in New York. A spokesperson for Oleg Deripaska says the homes belong to his relatives, and it's in relation to U.S. sanctions. Tuesday was a good day for investors on Wall Street, with all 3 indexes up, and this is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So wife's working on the grocery list this past day. When you get paid again, right? Yeah, anyway, looking over prices. What do you want me to put on the list? Let's see. Maybe we'll make some chili next week. It's getting to be that time of year. Chili time, right? Cooler weather. Nothing like a hot bowl of chili and a peanut butter sandwich. Those two go hand in hand in my world. And I said, all right, well, just get the Kroger brand beef. It's a lot cheaper, right? She said, no. Yeah, I said, well, last time you got that Laura's lean, that always cost a lot more. It's like 93, 97%. What it was. Anyway, so she's pulling up the price. She says, all right, Kroger, yeah, whatever 80% is, 80% lean. I believe it was $6.49 a pound. I said, all right, what's the Laura's lean? She said $6.99. So, what the hell? Go. $7 a pound for ground beef. It's downright crazy at the supermarkets. And we see this week the owner of a New York City supermarket chain predicting food prices will increase sharply in the coming months. Some increasing 10%, another 10% in the next 2 months, he says. The billionaire supermarket owner of Christette's and whatever, I can't even pronounce it. Warning that food giants, Nabisco, PepsiCo, Coca-Cola, will prioritize raising prices on products. I see over 10% in the next 60 days. He said this on Monday, adding that the trend is not going to drop anytime soon. Rising inflation, supply chain bottlenecks that are plaguing the supermarkets and other retailers nationwide. He then cautioned, quote, I see food prices going up tremendously because food company CEOs want to be ahead of the curve, and the way they're doing it is they're dropping all promotions. They're dropping low-moving items. Why give away something when you don't have to give it away and you make more margin? So I think that now these companies are going to have record profits in the third quarter. The backlog of shipping containers is being processed at the two major California ports is snarling delivery of food and other goods. Energy shortages in the U.S., the Asian Pacific and Europe, as well as COVID concerns, lockdowns, vaccine, all these mandates, all being blamed for the supply crunch. Compared with 1 year ago, we are paying significantly more for goods and services. That's according to the numbers from the Department of Labor. The Consumer Price Index, the key inflation gauge that measures how much we pay for goods and services, rose approximately 0.4% in September, which is up 5.4% year over year. We are paying, as we notice, about 42% more on average for a gallon of gas. More than 10.5% more for eggs, meat, poultry, fish. 19% more for bacon. 6% more for peanut butter. 27% more for propane, kerosene, and firewood. 24.5% more for a used vehicle. More than 7% increase for prices on appliances. But if you think your grocery bill is hitting you in the pocketbook now, just, I guess, if this guy is right, give it time. It's going to get worse from here. Morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, the deer rut can start as early as the end of September and last all the way through the winter months. Bucks usually begin to start this process when the velvet is falling off their antlers, and it can last all the way up until they start shedding their antlers. They're just moving around to get them some of that deer cater, right?
Exactly.
Make them babies. Yeah. Well, anyway, Urban Meyer's there. I see he finally won a football game because he got that little college girl off his lap there. I think he'll be the next Steve Spurrier. Go back to college sports there. Steve Spurrier didn't do no good on a pro level, but who knows? He might turn out to be better. I don't know. That stuff you were talking about eating earlier, is that kind of like them cans of Spam at Mystery Beach?
Nah, Getta's good. Now, I was reading more about that Scrapple stuff, and hell, that's like what? They're using pig brains and tongues and all kind of body parts all chopped up in that. That's gross.
Damn, I don't think I want to eat the rest of the day now. So, well, you can go, if you go deer hunting, you can take that venison and mix it up, if you grind it up, just mix it in with your beef and double it up, and that just doubles your meat. That's all it does. And deer's real good for you. Deer is a real lean meat there, so that's what I do during the winter. Well, I had a couple of women friends of mine today. They were complaining about the price of food. I come real close to embarrassing them, telling them, well, you voted for that dumb ass, but I did, and I just went ahead and kept my mouth shut there, kept me out of trouble. And I think everybody's biggest problem is I'm overworked and overpaid, see? Or underpaid, rather. I said that wrong, didn't I? Boy, I screwed that up this morning. Anyway, yeah, I'm overworked and underpaid. There we go. I like Mama Knucklebuster's T-shirt. She's got one that says, I need a day between Saturday and Sunday. That's what I need. Another day off there. Invest in precious metals, brass, copper, lead, and gunpowder. Then you ain't got to worry about somebody trying to stab you. Because if you bring a knife to a gunfight, you're in the losing end of it there. But you got to be a responsible, constitutional carrier person. Don't just put it on there thinking you a big bad man there. But old Secretary Booty Hole, he is clueless, Steve. He's too busy trying to be a mommy. I know for a fact that his IQ is smaller than his shoe size. He said that the bad economic numbers were because of Doofus Magoo's successful policies. That's about as stupid as it can be there. And that new FMCSA director, she's the same way. She ain't got a clue. She don't. Did they approve her? By the way, I don't know. I never did find out whether they confirmed her as the new FMCSA director.
I believe that's supposed to be coming up like either today or tomorrow, something. I mean, I don't think they voted on her yet.
Oh, okay.
I do believe.
Well, I say vote no. She just, I ain't gonna call her no bad names, not right now anyway. And the ELD is part of the problem there too, Steve. Used to, if I wanted to stimulate the economy, I just pull an extra load. But I can't even do that anymore there. And I made more money when I operated this truck my way, not their way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Steve, I read that a Grateful Dead T-shirt from the band's original merchandise was auctioned for a record-breaking price. It was a 1967 shirt sold as part of some auction house over there. $17,640. So the new world record. I don't have $17,000. Wasn't his name Jerry Garcia? Yeah, something like that. And have you looked under your house lately?
Under my house? That'd be difficult. I live on a slab.
Oh yeah, well I do too. So, but they found 90 snakes up underneath this house over there in Northern California. I'm gonna tell you something. Mama Knucklebuster would have flipped out of her lid there, buddy, if she would have found 90 snakes under my house there. So, but like I'm with you, I live on a slab, so I don't have to worry about it there. And she got me good today, Steve.
What'd she do?
Listened to she listened to the show last night, yesterday morning. Me talking about them sending them pictures to us. And she said, well, I think I'll just send one to Steve, too. And I said, don't you even think about it, woman. But you might like it. Huh?
I'm just
probably
like
that, wouldn't you? This hole for yourself, brother. All right, y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret products, buy some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products. Don't forget to put that code in the checkout box there, Overnight Drive. That way you get your 10 to 20% discount. And that's all of my bull only for today, Mr. Steve Sommers.
That's all we can handle this time around. It's about 10 before the hour. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigregmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Meanwhile, looking at a story from Reuters News this past day. As the Biden administration puts the final touches on their emergency COVID-19 vaccine mandate for companies with 100 or more employees, a crucial piece seems to be missing for the unlucky few who experience serious side effects, which is any meaningful legal recourse. More than 1,300 vaccine-related injury claims are now pending before an obscure government tribunal, which to date has decided only 2 such cases. One involving swelling of the tongue and throat following the jab, the other alleging long-lasting severe shoulder pain. In both instances, the government, which requires claimants to prove their injuries are the direct result of the COVID vaccine, denied compensation. Lawyers say it is a steep burden of proof. The vaccine is so new, there's virtually no definitive research on injury causation to cite. The overwhelming majority of all litigants under what's known as the Countermeasures Injury Compensation Program have not succeeded. According to the program data, 29 claims have been paid for injuries stemming from other vaccines since this was created 11 years ago. 92% of claims are denied or deemed ineligible for review. There's no provision for damages based on pain and suffering for people like Jessica McFadden, who said she developed life-threatening blood clots after the J&J vaccine in April. Our legal options aren't clear. She's not optimistic about her odds of recovering her losses. And it's certain she will not be able to recover any pain and suffering damages. At 44 years old, said she was previously healthy and had to have 2 emergency surgeries to remove massive clots in her lungs, heart, and left leg. Spent 9 days in the hospital, racking up $489,000 in medical bills. Now she said her insurance will cover most of that, but not the entire tab. She's estimating it's going to cost her about $7,000 out of pocket. She emailed a photo of the extracted clots, which she said were removed during an agonizing procedure performed while she was conscious. They're thick and ropey like night crawlers on a surgical tray. She said she's returned to work but is still taking blood thinners. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I understand the need for vaccines. I was just trying to do the right thing. Now, they say an experience like hers is extremely rare. So they continue to point out. You know, for decades, vaccine makers have been shielded from product liability lawsuits thanks to the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act of 1986, a law that was passed after pharmaceutical companies were hit with lawsuits over a brain injury from the pertussis vaccine. And they threatened to quit making it. It's otherwise known as the DPT, the diphtheria, pertussis, and tetanus vaccine. I think the pertussis, that's the whooping cough in it? I guess. So under the 1986 law, people who claim to have been injured by DPT, hepatitis, influenza, and other common shots bring their cases in a special no-fault tribunal, the vaccine court, as it's known. Over the years, it's awarded $4 billion to injured claimants. Apparently, this vaccine court payouts, including attorney fees, are funded by a 75-cent tax for every vaccine that is issued. Boy, the vaccine court's probably, they're raking in a fortune right about now with all the people getting the shots. All right, more to the story, but yep. It's so very rare. That's the point they always make. I don't know. Do they really keep track to begin with? All right, we'll get back to your calls coming up here. Let's see. We're going to get a news update. Paula got you on the line next. Vic's back on board talking about Chinese manufacturing. There's another issue. I just happened to be tuned into the news conference, the daily update where Jen Psaki's answering questions from the media. And the question was, what is it? Why is the Biden administration flying youngsters, young people, illegals, into several cities around the country in the darkness of night? New York City is one of them. Secretively. And she tried to dodge the question and said, well, it's not being done in the secret of night. He said, well, flights landing at 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., I'd say that's pretty, in the darkness of night. So anyway, she goes on. But that's what's going on. Plane loads of illegals, underage migrants, being flown secretly into suburban New York so they can quietly resettle them across the region, according to the Post this past day. We'll delve more into that. More details ahead in our final hour of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The U.S. House Select Committee investigating the January Capitol riot, voting to refer Trump ally Steve Bannon in contempt of Congress. The committee vote unanimous on Tuesday evening. Mississippi Congressman Benny Thompson calling Bannon isolated in his refusal to cooperate with that investigation. A vote is set for this week on a bill the Senate Majority Leader calls necessary to right the ship of democracy. New York Democrat Chuck Schumer planning to set up a vote on the Freedom to Vote Act, likely to take place sometime Wednesday. Schumer says the bill has support of all 50 Democratic voting senators, but does not have the 60 needed to overcome the guaranteed Republican filibuster. The first state in the nation to take in more than $1 billion in sports wagers in a single month is New Jersey. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at patriotvpn.com. That's patriotvpn.com.
A new study says Pfizer's coronavirus vaccine is very good at keeping older kids out of the hospital. The CDC study of about 460 kids between the ages of 12 and 18 finding that the vaccine was 93% effective. The study showed 97% of patients who ended up in the hospital in that age group had not gotten their shots. Some recently announced efforts to address the supply chain problems are just getting underway, and as they do, Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida says his state is ready to help. Here's USA Radio's Tim Berg.
Speaking Tuesday from the Jacksonville Port Authority, the governor saying Florida's here, we've got the capacity. DeSantis adding Florida ports stand ready to alleviate the log jams at other ports. The governor adding Florida ports will offer incentives to companies who move their goods through the Sunshine State.
This is USA Radio News.
Lights out. Everybody. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Looking back at Tuesday's games in the Major League Baseball postseason, the Dodgers striking back in the NLCS as Los Angeles plated 4 runs in the 8th inning in a comeback to beat the Braves 6-5 in Game 3 of that series. In the American League Championship Series, Houston got it together and beat the Red Sox at Fenway in Game 4 to even things up at 2 wins apiece. Game 5 coming up at Fenway late this afternoon.
God show me the way because the devil's trying to break me down.
Don't say you didn't get the memo. A Los Angeles judge has approved the request of rapper, producer, and fashion designer Kanye West to legally change his name from Kanye Omari West to just Ye, with no middle or last name. The petition filed on August 24th, citing personal reasons for the change, but Ye explained the reasons for the change in a video obtained by Entertainment Tonight.
I believe Ye is the most commonly used word in the Bible, and in the Bible it means you. So it's I'm you, I'm us. It's us. It went from being Kanye, which means the only one, to just Ye, just being a reflection of our good, our bad, our confused, everything. And I'm just more of a reflection of who we are.
Ye was also the title of his 2018 album. And from the New England Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, ready for that final hour? Well, here we go. Well, this has been going on for months and months. Yeah, flights coming into varying cities all around the country. Now, these are charter flights originating in Texas. With the ongoing border crisis overwhelming immigration officials. And these flights have been underway since at least August. Last week, the Post saw 2 planes land at the Westchester County Airport, where most of the passengers who got off appeared to be children and teens. A small portion appearing to be men in their 20s. Westchester County cops stood by as the passengers whose flights arrived, one just before 11 p.m., and another before 10 p.m. Friday, all got off and piled into buses. Some of them seemed to be meeting with relatives or sponsors in New Jersey or being dropped off at a residential facility on Long Island. But the flight tracking data suggest around 2,000 of the underage migrants have arrived at the airport outside White Plains on 21 differing flights dating back to August the 8th. Yeah, records show some of the planes touching down between midnight and 6 a.m. when a voluntary curfew is in effect. Yeah, 2 flights arriving from Houston, 2:13 a.m. and 4:29 a.m. on August the 20th. The clandestine nature of the operations raising questions about how the White House is dealing with this surge in unaccompanied minors. All right, a source familiar with the operation at the Westchester Airport said the underage migrants typically arrive carrying backpacks. They are bussed to locations including the Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, upstate Newborough, and Bridgeport, and Danbury in Connecticut. We stopped off at a Mercy First, a nonprofit sponsored by the Catholic Sisters of Mercy, providing housing and services for children and adolescents who are the victims of societal problems. Friday night, one bus left the Westchester Airport, barreled down the Hutchins River Parkway, which is, by the way, off limits to commercial vehicles at speeds greater than 75 miles per hour, before crossing the Throgs Neck Bridge. Just sneaking them in all over the country. But meanwhile, let's get back to the calls here. Paula, I believe it is. Good morning.
Good evening. Good morning.
Whichever it might be for you. It's kind of like morning for me.
I feel you. You were talking about gas prices, and that's no joke. When I stopped in Nashville, I stopped at my normal gas station, $3.19, but I saw a gas price of $3.09 down the street, about 2 blocks away. I couldn't believe it.
Delray Beach, I'm looking here. Somebody posted yesterday. I guess it's $3.69 for the regular, $3.96 for the premium, 93 octane.
Yeah, in California, Braindead and I have a friend that's $7 a gallon in California.
I saw there's it was somewhere, is it Surfside Beach or some beach that's known for higher prices, but yeah, it was in excess of $7 per gallon. That's nuts.
Yes, that's outrageous. I mean, I'm a courier, and I mean, like, these gas prices are going up. I'm like, oh my gosh, am I going to get to point A to point B, or am I going to be stuck for a minute?
Exactly.
Other than that, we're good.
So
how's everything with you?
What are we couriering, if I could ask?
I work for a medical laboratory. I transport blood testings, COVID testings, believe it or not, from Memphis, Tennessee to Nashville, Tennessee, Monday through Friday.
So I think you're that's kind of like what Baby Bear does, I believe it is. She's down in the Atlanta area doing the same thing. I think she's moving the stuff like the radioactive dye and whatnot for some of the tests they do, the heart test and whatnot.
Yeah, I do the blood, the urine, everything that comes out of your body kind of thing.
Gotcha. Well, everything's doing well on our end. You say Brain Dead is a friend of yours. You actually admit he's a friend of yours?
I'll say that if you want me to. we only fight. We only fight, 3 times a year with football and basketball season. But
So did he convince you to call in so you could be a first time caller by chance, Paula?
My first time caller.
Well,
everybody wants to say I want to say hello to everybody. So put a voice to the messenger,
Well, that means we got to hook you up with a code. Do you use any of the Hot Shot secret products? I'm guessing you're in a vehicle like a van or something. Have you tried any of their products yet?
I have not yet, but I'm willing to try it.
Well, that's why we're going to get you a $60 code. So you can go to hotshotsecret.com. You just talk to Brain Dead. He can tell you what to get, but whatever kind of vehicle you got, probably some Stiction Eliminator and maybe some Gasoline Extreme. Maybe some FR3, the friction reducer. Yeah.
I'm willing to do that.
Well, I've got your number down
I'll
here.
be sure to tell Brain Dead that you said hi.
Yes, I'll do that. I did get his Dumbass of the Week nominees for this week, so I haven't shared any of them yet, but I got that email here day before yesterday, I think. So tell him I said thank you. And thank you, Paula, for checking in with us this morning.
Thank you. Everybody have a good evening and a good night.
And
I hope to talk.
Tell all your friends about us. We can grow that listening audience. Good to have you with us. That third shift crew, right? Yeah, freight's got to move at night. And, well, according to Biden, if it actually goes as planned, there's going to be a lot more of that overnight freight moving in the coming days and weeks. Hey, who's next up here? Yeah, Vic is back with us. And yes, sir, Vic. Not often we get a two in a night from Vic.
No. Thanks for taking me back because I kind of had a mental lapse there when I was talking about China. And this kind of plays into the inflation scenario also. You're talking about the energy prices. I don't know if you've noticed, you probably haven't noticed fertilizer prices, but the farmers are kind of up in arms. And the big question is, how much will they plant next year and how well will they use fertilizer and how will the yields compare if they don't use the proper amount of fertilization? But, and again, with China, I forgot that when companies go over there, they don't get to buy their plants. They have to lease them from basically the Red Army, because the Red Army really runs China. And if they leave or they don't meet their goals, they have to leave everything they took over there with the Chinese. And I think Tesla's having a little bit of a problem with that now. So I keep forgetting that this isn't the old capitalist mode to where that if some city or county gets ridiculous with their taxes or whatever, you can just pick up and go someplace else if all the cost of production and everything else is equal. So when I said that, there's enough manufacturing capacity, I think a lot in the United States to handle a lot of this, I forgot that it's not really that easy for American companies to leave over there. And again, you were talking about your beef prices. I don't know, but I was thinking that the only people still manufacturing vitamins, which are used, in all the feed supplements, was China. I don't know if there's any manufacturing plants here in the United States still making vitamins or not. I said China, India makes them too, and some other places. And we've already found out that we're not making any of the old antibiotics like penicillin or anything of that nature in this country. So by and large, I would say that I would imagine a lot of American companies are on the horns of dilemma, because if they leave China, they probably are going to have to forfeit quite a bit of money. And like in the grain industry, a lot of those people have to buy the processed grain over there and send, like dog food products back over here. They have to buy from the state reserves, because if they try to go, direct purchase, China will charge them a tariff on their products. And that's one of the big battles when Trump was in office. China raised those products to where they were just totally out of sight, the tariffs on those products. So they were forced to buy from the reserve and pay a pretty good price from the reserve. And the grain quality wasn't quite as good as what it would have been otherwise. So when I made that comment about, just transferring your production, it just isn't all that easy, Steve. I've forgotten a lot of the China policies, but I know they made it sure that once you got there, you were going to pay a price to leave. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that point.
Okay, that's great.
So that's all I had there.
Thank you so much for checking back in. All right, we've got, let's see, lines available at 844-3388. I didn't even realize there were any Kmarts left around the country. Yeah, there ain't many. California's last remaining Kmart will be closing before Christmas. A worker at the Grass Valley store said they got word of the impending closure last week. Store is set to close for good on December the 19th. That was the last remaining Kmart in that state. There were still Kmarts in South Lake Tahoe and Watsonsville earlier this year. They shut the doors back in August. Sacramento's last Kmart store, which was closed back in 2017. Yeah, back in the day, of course, Kmart was everywhere. There were more than 2,400 Kmart stores across the country. Today, they say there are only 17 that remain. And I haven't seen one in many, many years. Yeah, I used to have where our local Kmart was is now a Walmart in our neighborhood. But back in the day, Kmart on every corner, right? Blue light specials. And it was always first thing when Mom would go into Kmart, can I get an icy? One of those places where you could, right? You want the cherry or you want the blue? I want the blue. Hey, good morning, Steve. What's happening?
Hey, good morning. Let me put you on my earpiece, Steve. I thought you were going to take a little break there, but hang on. You got me?
Yes, sir. Gotcha.
Hey, good morning, Steve. You were talking about those migrants going to New York. That's probably a good thing, Steve. Ship them all to New York, New Jersey, Illinois, California, Oregon, and Washington. That would be good for us. Just keep them out of our southern states. That's all I ask. It's absolutely insane. It's insanity. What's going on. And then you hear the spokes idiot, dodging the question. But, just keep them all in those dark blue states, and we'll be just fine. Because all the people that left Illinois, California, and New York, I hope they got enough tax dollars to support all the illegals that are going to be flooding into those states.
Yeah.
Don't know how they're going to do it, Steve. But speaking of New York, it's that mayor's so crazy up there. He just announced the vaccine mandate for all his city employees. But New York now, he just said all employers in New York don't have to test their employees for marijuana use. That's something. But you have to have a vaccine.
Can't make this stuff up, Steve. It's that is crazy.
Yeah.
Well, that's because they got so many people cannot pass the drug test if they test for marijuana. Yeah, they can't hire them. So, guess the idea is, all right, even if you're a stoner, we'll hire you, right?
Yeah, and us truck drivers, guys that are in pain, and that CBD oil might help them out. I mean, you don't get you don't get high or stoned off that crap, but for some people, I guess it works. But as far as drivers, we can't even have a couple of beers, pretty much 8 hours before we go on duty. So we have to be extra careful in case we get called in the morning and for an unannounced drug screen. So just doesn't make any damn sense. But on your news break there, that guy, what's his name? He changed his name to Ye.
Yes, Kanye is now Ye.
You hear that? Yeah, he's confused for sure, Steve. No doubt about that. So the last point I want to bring up is about Major League Baseball, Steve. I haven't watched a game in probably at least a year and a half. I didn't watch a game all through COVID last year. Haven't watched a game all this season. But I did notice one thing, Steve. The playoffs have started, and they're into it for about 3-4 games. And it looks like the Atlanta Braves might have a good shot to get to the World Series. Wouldn't that be a day of reckoning for them, Steve, if that happened?
After what, pulling the All-Star game out of Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Yeah.
Because I believe that Steve, that when you win the World Series, the commissioner of baseball has to present the trophy to the owner, if I'm not mistaken. The last World Series I watched, I think that happened.
That would be precious. And, that would be priceless.
That would be priceless. Because, Steve, I think there's going to be a chant. You know how you got the, what is it, gold branded?
Yeah, that might be big.
Yeah, it's going to be Go Freddie. When they hand Freddie Freeman the trophy, it'll be Go Freddie, and it's going to be F. Rob Manfred, no doubt about it. But I really hope the Braves do win it all. That would be a real blessing in disguise after that reprobate pulled the All-Star game from Atlanta. And that would give the fans some jubilation and reason to celebrate, for that idiot taking millions and millions of dollars away from those people in Atlanta.
That it would.
It was just terrible. So I hope they make it to the World Series. And, I guess they'll play 3 games in Atlanta, so they'll make their money back on that. But, I say go Braves. Even though I was always a big Red Sox fan, Steve, being born and raised in Boston. But I am going to pull for the Braves to pull it out, just to stick it in Rob Manfred's craw. But I don't even know if the guy will show up to a game there. I think they have a special box for him, but I think the fans might be melting mustard bottles down.
Yeah, right. They'll be sneaking eggs into the game.
That's a good possibility, Steve. So I was talking to Philip a little earlier. We were talking about these electric cars and the batteries and so forth. Toyota's going to be opening up a $1 billion plant in the U.S. for making batteries. We're talking about these batteries, Steve. Have you ever seen these massive Caterpillar dump trucks and earth movers that, when they're on a big road project or building project?
Yes.
Have you ever seen those big dump trucks with the tires that are as tall as a house?
Yep.
Well, Steve, how's a battery going to run those trucks and those earth movers? I don't know how they're going to make those things work, because like Philip was saying, they need so much torque when you get a load of earth or soil or gravel in those big ass dump trucks. They need a lot of torque to get moving, when they're climbing a hill or whatever. There's no way they're going to be able to run that type of equipment. Cranes, massive cranes, or cement mixers that need a lot of power to pump. Those conveyors that pump the concrete into the skyscrapers. There's, fire trucks that need the pumps to run the water. I just can't see how batteries are going to run that type of heavy equipment. I just can't see it. And I don't think they've really thought about that, But they want to get rid of the diesel. They want to get rid of the gas. And I don't know. I just don't think it's going to happen, Steve. There's just no way. But, yeah, I just wanted to bring that up. Something Philip and I were talking about, pretty interesting.
Yep.
kind of, figure out how in the hell are they going to do that. But there's a couple of spots there on I-40, Steve. Diesel's only $3.39 a gallon, which isn't bad. I mean, the regular gas is $3.09. Middle Tennessee, but there's some spots. There's a Love's and a Pilot that the diesel is $3.29. So not too bad, but still not great.
I mean, I went up to the local station earlier before the program earlier this evening, and $3.23 for the regular unleaded and $3.69 on the diesel there.
Wow. Yeah, it's crazy. Seeing the prices keep going up and down, hourly. It's ridiculous. Like this Love's I'm passing right now, the regular gas is $3.09. $3.09 and $3.50 for diesel. So, I don't know. Well, have a good rest of the show, Steve, and we'll maybe chat with you on the other side.
Very good. Yeah, I haven't called in the last few mornings. Maybe I'll check in this morning. All right, we've got clear lines there. Wide open. Jump on in here. We've got 30 minutes, half an hour yet to fill. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The U.S. House Select Committee investigating the January Capitol riot, voting to refer Trump ally Steve Bannon in contempt of Congress. The committee vote unanimous on Tuesday evening. Mississippi Congressman Benny Thompson calling Bannon isolated in his refusal to cooperate with that investigation. A vote is set for this week on a bill the Senate Majority Leader calls necessary to right the ship of democracy. New York Democrat Chuck Schumer planning to set up a vote on the Freedom to Vote Act, likely to take place sometime Wednesday. Schumer says the bill has support of all 50 Democratic voting senators, but does not have the 60 needed to overcome the guaranteed Republican filibuster. The first state in the nation to take in more than $1 billion in sports wagers in a single month is New Jersey. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, thank you very much, and welcome back. Yeah, what do we got? It is 844-844-3388. I'm in towing. I'm sure Steve's still listening. Are you talking about the woke culture? Everybody's woke. And the insanity. The country's largest parks nonprofit introduced a guide in speaking in woke terms this past day. What is that? The Daily Wire reports that the 17-page, what is called an equity language guide from the National Recreation and Park Association, which is meant for parks, recreation professionals, includes instructions and advice on which words are acceptable and which are not. National Recreation and Park Association warns against using the term Americans. Do what? They say when we talk about parks and recreation serving communities, we're usually talking about how they serve all people, whether they're not U.S. citizens. They also advise terms such as residents or members of a community are part of a more inclusive approach. Yeah, we're serving the residents. The guide also says that the word white should be lowercase, while black may be capitalized, since the term reflects a shared identity and culture rather than a description of skin color. Other guidelines include not using the terms alien, minority, or person of color. A Parks and Recreation Advisory Board member out of Edmond, Oklahoma, tells the Daily Wire that they received this guide in their inbox. He got it because he was apparently automatically signed up for the group's emails. He says he plans to criticize the guide next time the board meets. I better watch out. They'll be sicking the FBI on him. You know, like they're doing for the people speaking up at the school board meetings. You can't do that. All right, back to the phones here. Yes, Big Sexy. I bet you remembered what you were going to talk about earlier.
No.
Oh, no?
But
I never did remember.
That last story you just read, you know where they need to stick that guide?
Yeah, where the sun don't shine.
Yeah. No, what I called back for was, y'all talking a while ago, you were talking about the price of ground beef. The supermarket chain that I just went by and filled a rack there, you know what their signs advertising 75% lean ground beef for?
How much?
$2.48 a pound.
Really?
Yeah. And the town I'm headed to is where I always fill up every night. The price of gas there is $2.79 a gallon.
$2.79. That's I guess in this right about now that ain't bad, but yeah, the ground beef price. I mean, like I said, it was $6.49 for the 80% here. That's what the going price on the Kroger website is.
Yeah. A lot of the stations around here are $3.09 and all that for regular unleaded, but it's $2.79 there. That's why I always fill up there. Plus, I got a rewards card, which gives me 3 cents off. And then you get a point for every dollar you spend. And when you hit 1,000 points, you can take 10 cents off a gallon. So that's why I always fill up there about halfway through my route. But that's why I always fill up there every night instead of at home, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the reason I called back. I just wanted to let you know the price of ground beef here.
All right. Well,
if you had to pay that there.
That's somebody's getting I mean, it is 73% lean. That's, but yeah, that's when you put a pound of beef and you end up with 3/4 of a pound of beef when it's cooked. 73%. It's all that fat that just you end up putting the grease down the drain, right? Let's see, a couple of other industry headlines. What else do we have? Hundreds of trucks inspected during a high visibility enforcement campaign in the state of Georgia earlier this month. The FMCSA's Safe Drive campaign, the quarterly traffic enforcement effort that involved law enforcement partners in 13 different states. This final wave of Safe Drive this year took place October 5th through the 7th, here a couple of weeks ago. Numbers out of the state of Georgia from the Department of Public Safety. They were focused on commercial motor vehicle enforcement along I-95, I-75, and I-85. During the 3-day campaign, officers monitored commercial motor vehicle traffic for aggressive driving, speeding, following too close, seatbelt, distracted driving. These efforts helped ensure commercial vehicle drivers follow federal and state regulations, hours of service, driver's licensing compliance, the same old drill. Then we were talking earlier. CDL Life even had the story. Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg facing criticism for taking multiple weeks off paid family leave, while the trucking and transportation industry is facing a mounting supply chain crisis as we speak. According to the reporting from Politico, Buttigieg has been on unannounced paid paternity leave since mid-August, after welcoming 2 newborns into the family with his husband. A DOT spokesperson tells the outlet that for the first 4 weeks, he was mostly offline, except for major agency decisions and matters that could not be delegated to someone else. He has been ramping up activity since then, but facing criticism from the right and Fox News personalities like Tucker Carlson for taking family leave at a time of crisis in the transportation industry in this country. Now, Mayor Pete responding to that criticism by saying, listen, parenting is work. It is not a vacation. And I'm proud to be a part of a pro-family administration. Well, okay. Thank you, Mayor Pete. Yes, we all know it's a tough job. At the same time, though, Pete, working men and women around this country have to make decisions every day on when is a good time to start a family. Many women who are in the workforce opt to say, right now in my career, in my position, maybe not a good time to start a family. Mayor Pete had accepted a very significant government position that has great responsibility and opted to start a family at that point in time. That's a choice he made. Think about the choices you make, right? You've got some priorities with your job, your responsibilities in this life. Hey, Steve said, I forgot to mention this little baseball funny I heard today from John Smoltz, the ex-Atlanta pitcher. You know how a leadoff batter of a game will give a little scouting report to the rest of the hitters after his at-bat? Well, Nolan Ryan was starting a playoff game versus the Braves back in the 80s. And he had struck the leadoff batter to start the game. When asked by his teammates, what's he got? How is he? The batter replied, game's over, boys. Yeah, that sounds about right. Nolan Ryan. Yep, never mind. Game's over, boys. First batter of the game, right? Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee's up. Happy hump day. Well, the famous fall hunter's moon is in place, shining beautiful and bright. Yeah, lots of proper action from people who care and a lot of prayers, and maybe we'll continue to get through all of this. Only time will tell. But anyway, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and make that flip. As the countdown clock continues, 66 days until Christmas. Hey, get a quick 2-minute timeout here. Back to your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, the old jelly bean giant brought it up earlier. I remember as a kid, the Roy Rogers restaurants, the Western-themed quick service food chain, according to the press release, set to have 10 new locations, Northern Kentucky, Cincinnati, Southeast Indiana, over the next 6 years. According to the One Holland Corporation, said that they've entered a new partnership and they revived their franchise opportunities. So apparently there's still some Roy Rogers out there. Eastern states, Maryland, Virginia, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, West Virginia. Specific locations weren't announced yet, but let's see. One Holland said that they have plans to open stores in Boone County, Kenton and Campbell counties in northern Kentucky, Hamilton, Butler, Claremont counties in Ohio, Dearborn County in Indiana. Yeah, new memories for the next generation. That's what we're going to deliver, according to Roy Rogers, Vice President of Franchise Sales. Yeah, most of us who are old enough, yes, it would be bringing back old memories. And I guess for the younger generation, it'll be new memories. I guess the question is, how many of the new generation even knows who Roy Rogers is? Who the hell's Roy Rogers? Let's see here. What's going on there? Is that Chevy guy? Or is that Doug?
It's Doug. Good morning, Steve. Thanks for everything. I just have one question. What does your gut say about whether some of these trucking companies that have over 100 employees are going to have to, be forced to take the vaccine? What do you think? Do you think it's going to come to the point that we're going to have to, or do you think it's going to be avoided?
Well, I mean, based on the way all these lawsuits that are being filed around the country, hell, you had the judge just this week that refused to enter that injunction to prevent the Washington state mandate. I mean, the precedents are being set by various courts. I think that it's going to come where many of these drivers are going to be forced to make the same decision: keep your job or get the shot. What's it going to be? And my gut tells me that it's going to be bad, because you've already got the issue with the lack of drivers. We've got many of the drivers that listen to this program that have opted to get the vaccine. There's many who say, well, you're going to have to hold me down with a gun to my head, that aren't going to take it. You're going to end up with a supply chain issue even getting exacerbated further, because many of them will not take it.
Well, that's not good news, but I appreciate your thoughts.
That's my gut feeling. So we'll see where it goes. But yeah, plus they're talking about didn't I last evening, I think, I'm trying to remember, it was the spokesperson for the Trucking Association up there in Ontario, Canada, that's pleading with them that this is not the time to mandate cross-border truck drivers be making the choice of get the vaccine or lose your job. What was his estimate? Was it 38,000 cross-border truck drivers would potentially no longer be driving truck? I believe that was the number. Pretty significant. Can't afford to be losing drivers right now. All right, horse feathers. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. I wanted to make a big apology there to Big Sexy there. I didn't mean to go and upset his apple cart and throw him all off and make him forget his whole thing he wanted to talk to you about there. And it probably threw up a whole thing in your show.
Well,
probably was something good that we should have known about.
Don't be bad-mouthing Tom Cotton. You didn't know the whole story. Now we know
Nope. I was saying if he did that, then he should be. But as I say, I didn't know. I was trying to inquire, and I wasn't trying to put him down until I had all the information. But I was just going to let you know which way I was going to go if he did the wrong thing. So, but since he did the right thing, I'm 2 thumbs up there.
There you go, tip of the hat.
So we're good for that. Yep. So now with Roy Rogers there, we got him out here in that. So when they bring him out there, did they say anything about the trigger burgers or the bullet bites? Are they going to have those on the menu out there?
Nothing about that in the story. No, I mean, do you ever frequent one of them? Are they still based on, are they still big on like the roast beef sandwiches like they used to be?
To tell you the truth, I don't go to any of the fast food stuff, so I really don't know. I know they're a big staple up there on New York State Thruway. There, the service plazas up there. They're a pretty major chain that's in a lot of those service plazas now. Now, whether they're going to stay that way, because you said a while back there that they're revamping them. What are they doing? They're closing down about half of them across the Thruway, keeping half open and redoing all them. And that's been about 25 years now since they redid that. They did a big remodel on all of them there about 25 years ago. So I guess that's how long a building and restaurant can last, about 25 years apparently for New York. So I don't know. Anyways, but that's about what we got going for you there. So as I said, I'm calling back to Big Sexy there. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. So don't be mad at me. Anyway, so
okay. I'm sure he would say apology accepted. I just pulled up a menu here, Roy Rogers. Okay, yeah. So they still have the big roast beef sandwich. Then you got your like a cheeseburger with the roast beef on top of that. I think, what's his name? Jelly Bean mentioned that. Yes, they've got the fried chicken. They got all the down-home fixins, sides, right? Biscuits, baked beans, mac and cheese, coleslaw. Yeah, looks mighty good to me right about now. Of course, the menu pictures always make them look delectable, right? And, of course, they've got their dynamite burger. There you go. Let's see. Is this Hank by chance?
Yeah, it's Hank. Hey, Steve, on a lighter note about Buttigieg, there's rumors about, some of my friends have told me that Buttigieg and his life partner, husband, wife, whatever, that they had to spend extra time off because they were trying to figure out how to breastfeed the babies. So on that note,
that would explain it then. Yeah, I think the biggest problem was figuring out how the hell to lactate.
yeah. When my buddy told me that, I thought, man, I got to call and let Steve hear this. I thought that was pretty funny.
That's good. Yeah.
That's all I got for you, Steve. Have a good morning.
Thank you, Hank. Have a good morning. I guess that's a good place to leave it off at, right? Winding things down here on a Wednesday, a hump day coming on. As Knucklebuster always mentions, buy you some Hot Shot Secret products. Keep the program up and live, right? Just looking at the schedule here, what else we got? Kyle's beginning to wind down as far as the racing season, but I guess on the calendar is coming up here October 29th and 30th. Hot Shot Secret will be on location with the vendor booth. That'll be a Friday and Saturday at the Grand Hustle Racing, the Come Up $250,000 Small Tire Invitational that'll be taking place in Crossville, Tennessee at the Crossville Dragway. Some of our Tennessee listening friends might have marked that on your calendar. Check that out. So there you go. And, of course, you can always help out. Go to overnightdriveradio.com, click on Shop, and get your Steve Sommers Overnight Drive swag, I guess would be the word, the swag. And with that, we'll wrap it up here on a Wednesday. Have a great hump day. See you back at the midnight hour tonight if all goes as planned. Good Lord willing, and the river don't rise, as Johnny Cash used to say. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.